Chapter 651. Zhou Nan took out a golden jade slip and crushed it, just like he did during the Immortal Ascension Pagoda competition. Soon after, rays of golden light flew out of the jade scroll and turned into golden demon characters that were written in the sky. The participants of the Dragon Fishing Convention are the 500 cultivators who obtained cave abodes in the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. During the convention, everyone could choose an island, occupy an area of the sea, and bring their own fishing rod to fish for dragons. During the convention, one could fight and snatch other people's islands, but one could not steal other people's dragon souls or kill people. Violators would be stripped of their qualifications to participate in the convention. Confiscate all the dragon souls you've caught. The dragon bait used to fish the dragon is specially made by the secret method of Yuan Palace. One dragon bait costs 1 million celestial jade and you can buy it from the supply store outside the dragon raising pool. During the process of the meeting, if there isn't enough dragon bait, you can leave the dragon raising pool to buy more. The dragon fishing convention will last for 3 days. The golden characters faded away one by one. After reading the rules, most of the old monsters' expressions remained the same. Only a small number of people who were participating for the first time frowned and sighed at how expensive the dragon bait was. Who knew how much dragon bait was used to catch a dragon? It was not a small expense. But it couldn't be helped. The dragon bait that wasn't made with the secret technique of Yuan Palace couldn't enter the water that contained the world-breaking light. Naturally, it couldn't catch a dragon. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the convention will begin. Before that, fellow Taoists can purchase the dragon bait. As soon as Grand Elder Zhou Nan finished speaking, many old monsters immediately flew to the supply area to buy dragon bait. In the end, Zhou Nan gave up a spot. He had no intention of competing with the other cultivators. Most of the 500 participants this time were at the void inquiry stage and above. To many void tempering cultivators, the dragon bait that cost 1 million void tempering stage cultivators was extremely expensive, but they had no choice but to buy it. To Ning Fan, a mere dragon bait naturally did not cost him too much money. He bought 1,000 dragon baits in one go and a bait bag, which he tied around his waist. Finally, he bought a sealing pot, which was a tool to contain the dragon soul. Then, without another glance at the crowd, he walked to the outside of the dragon raising pond and waited for the conference to begin. Li Long also bought 1,000 pieces of dragon bait and followed closely behind Ning Fan, waiting outside the dragon raising pond. Those void fragmentation realm old monsters would either buy 1,000 immortal jades or 500 immortal jades. It was as if they did not care about the immortal jades. Ordinary spatial tempering cultivators would have to plan carefully. Those who had money would buy 100, those who had no money would buy 50, and those who were even poorer would only buy 10 dragon baits. They were purely trying their luck. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed quickly. Zhou Nan took out a golden token and waved it at the sky. The dragon raising pond's light immediately dissipated. The meeting begins now. Zhou Nan announced. In the instant that the formation light dissipated, all the old monsters turned into streaks of light and flew toward the islands in the dragon raising pond. There were only 500 islands, and there were naturally good and bad locations. Those who knew the ropes would naturally choose islands with better locations, and would even fight for some islands. Those who did not know the ropes would choose a random island to fish for dragons. Ning Fan was a person who did not know the ways of the world. But he had Myth Dragon with him, and Myth Dragon understood. Master, that island is not bad. The speed of the current and the strength of the waves are all the favorite resting places of the dragon raising pond. Myth Dragon pointed at one of the islands in the distance. The 3 void refinement realm experts who were about to fight for that island immediately changed their expressions and said to Myth Dragon with a flattering smile. We will give this island to Senior. We will not fight for it anymore. Hee hee. Hee hee. The 3 of them smiled embarrassedly and quickly fled to other islands. Of course, they did not dare to offend Myth Dragon and Ning Fan. Ning Fan landed on this island. As for Li Long, he found another island that was extremely far away from Ning Fan's location. Myth Dragon did not want to fish away the demon dragon's soul that belonged to Ning Fan. Many people on the islands were still fighting for the islands. However, it had nothing to do with Ning Fan. Ning Fan took out the Taigong fishing rod and put the dragon bait on it. He raised his hand and tossed the rod into the air. Then, he sat cross-legged on the shore of the island, waiting for the demon dragon to take the bait. On an island 10,000 li away, He Shishio also sat cross-legged after casting the rod. He scanned Ning Fan's direction with his spirit sense and his eyes were filled with disdain. Bai Mu's luck is below the 4th grade. I'm afraid he can't even catch a 9th grade dragon soul. I, on the other hand, am different. I originally have a 2nd grade mortal luck. With the help of this treasure, my luck can approach the 1st grade. In this place, my luck can be ranked 1st. He Shishio took out the 4-colored luck pearl from before and placed it in his mouth. All of a sudden, his luck began to change slowly. It was now blue with a hint of purple. At the moment his luck changed, He Shishio suddenly felt the surface of the water move. Without saying anything else, he stood up and immediately pulled the fishing rod, pulling a golden dragon soul that was 800 zhang out of the water. Fishing a dragon was different from ordinary fishing. Patience was secondary. The most important thing was to act fast. The speed at which a dragon bites the bait was not comparable to ordinary fish. If you are slightly slower, you would only be able to catch an empty hook. What He Shishio caught was a dragon soul whose chi was comparable to that of a wild beast. As soon as he fished it out, He Shishio kept the dragon soul in his hand without saying anything. He scanned the dragon soul with his spirit sense and found that it did not have a dragon pearl in its body. Then, he used the sealing pot to seal it. For a moment, the 4 jade platforms floating in the air and even the sea area of the dragon raising pond resounded with cheers. On each of the 4 jade platforms, there was a dragon fishing steel. The participants could see the results of their fishing. An 8th grade dragon soul. Not only is that old monster he the first one to catch a dragon soul, but he even caught an 8th grade dragon soul. Tut. Tut. He is indeed an old monster at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. His luck is so strong that I can only be envious of him. He Shishio was also feeling rather proud of himself. He also did not expect that a demonic dragon would take the bait as soon as his luck improved. It was indeed too fast. Even he himself did not expect it. When he scanned Ning Fan with his spirit sense and saw that he was still sitting on the shore of the island without showing any signs of catching a dragon soul, he could not help but laugh inwardly. Trying to fish a dragon with luck that is below the 4th grade is really asking for humiliation. He Shishio put on the 2nd dragon bait. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he caught a 2nd dragon soul. It was a 7th grade dragon soul. Unfortunately, there was no dragon pearl in his body. At this moment, the battle for the 500 islands had mostly come to an end. Each of the old monsters began to fish for dragons. Occasionally, a few of them would catch a dragon soul. Now, He Shishio was not the only one in the limelight. Look! Old Freak he caught another 7th grade dragon soul. Senior Mo Yang Zi caught a 9th grade dragon soul. What? How could a mere void pierce stage elder of the Cold Fish clan catch an 8th grade dragon soul? Could it be that his luck is really good? Look, Tan Longzi. No, Senior Li Long caught an 8th grade dragon soul. Besides, there is actually a 9th grade dragon pearl in this dragon soul. When Li Long caught the first dragon pearl of this meeting, the entire place burst into an uproar. He Shishio's expression turned slightly unpleasant. Li Long was Ning Fan's servant. There was almost no difference between him catching a dragon pearl and Ning Fan catching a dragon pearl. Therefore, He Shishio was unwilling to see Li Long attracting attention. Hee. A 9th grade dragon pearl is nothing. I must catch a 1st grade dragon pearl. He Shishio calmed himself down and continued fishing. Gradually, he caught the 3rd, the 4th and the 5th dragon souls. The highest grade of the dragon soul was a 5th grade dragon soul. No one on the scene could catch a 5th grade dragon soul. Unfortunately, none of the dragon souls that he Shishio caught had dragon pearls. It was really a pity. He was a little displeased. However, when he scanned the area with his spirit sense, he realized that Ning Fan still had not caught a single dragon soul. He could not help but feel much better. Hee. It has been so long but Bai Mu still hasn't gotten anything. How pitiful. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th, when he caught the 9th dragon soul, he finally caught the 1st dragon pearl. It was a 4th grade dragon soul which had an 8th grade dragon pearl in its body. He Shishio took out the dragon pearl and kept it in his storage pouch. Then, he smiled proudly. It was because Ning Fan still had no harvest at all. Look! Old monster, he has actually caught a 4th grade dragon soul and an 8th grade dragon pearl. Come to think of it, he has already caught 9 dragon souls, right? So far, no one has caught more than him among all the participants. That's right. Among the Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters, Senior Li Long is probably ranked 2nd. Even he has only caught 3 dragon souls and 1 dragon pearl. As for the other Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters, most of them only managed to catch 1 dragon soul. Some of them didn't even make any achievements at all. For example, Ning Fan. On the 4 jade platforms, many people were looking at the first position on the dragon fishing steel in puzzlement. The 500 participants on the dragon fishing steel were arranged according to their ranking in the Immortal Ascension Tower. It would not change. After each participant's name, there would be a record of their results. Ning Fan's result was blank. So far, he had not caught any dragon soul, let alone a dragon pearl. Many people were still guessing whether Ning Fan would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat like what he did in the Immortal Ascension Tower. But now, it seemed like Ning Fan's luck was not enough. He could not even catch a 9th grade dragon soul. Time passed by. Gradually, all the Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters except Ning Fan had their harvests. Even some old monsters at the Origin Returning Realm, Absolute Void Stage and Void Pure Stage had their harvests too. However, Ning Fan still did not get anything. Could it be that old ancestor Bai Mu's luck is really bad? Chu Huang and Chu Hall asked doubtfully. Hee. I feel that old ancestor Bai Mu isn't a person with bad luck. Perhaps, he will do something amazing soon. The Fox Sovereign smiled with seductive eyes. Perhaps. Anyway, I don't believe that the dignified old ancestor Bai Mu is a person with bad luck. The Green Sovereign nodded. The old Fox Sovereign and the old Crimson Sovereign did not express their opinion. Their eyes were filled with a hint of confusion. What is this young man doing? Their spirit sense secretly locked onto Ning Fan. In the entire dragon fishing convention, they did not pay attention to anyone else other than Ning Fan. The 2 rogue demons noticed that Ning Fan was channeling his magic power into the fishing rod, extending the fishing line to a very deep place. Is he trying to catch the Yin dragon and Yang dragon? The old Yuan Sovereign guessed. Senior Bai Mu is trying to catch the Yin dragon and Yang dragon. Tan Zixin looked at the dragon fishing monument quietly as if she could guess Ning Fan's thoughts. On the isolated island, Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the shore of the island for 2 hours. He did not catch any dragon souls because the ordinary dragon souls would be scared away by the dragon-suppressing aura of his fishing rod before they could bite the bait. What he wanted to catch was not ordinary dragons but Yin dragon and Yang dragon. The purpose of this trip was very simple, the Yin-Yang dragon pearl. He lengthened the fishing line until it reached the bottom of the dragon raising pond. Although his spirit sense could not enter that place, Ning Fan could sense some changes in the fishing rod. In just 2 hours, the yin and yang power on the fishing rod had changed 5 times. 3 times was yin and 2 times was yang. The yin dragon and yang dragon approached the hook 5 times but did not bite it. Others might not be able to sense the yin dragon and yang dragon, but Ning Fan, who possessed the yin-yang locket, could slightly sense it. He knew that there were indeed yin dragon and yang dragon in this dragon-raising pond. However, he did not know why the yin dragon and yang dragon did not bite the bait, as if they were very disdainful towards the dragon bait. The dragon souls in the dragon-raising pond should have low spiritual intelligence. As long as they see the dragon bait, they would bite the bait. Ning Fan could not understand why the yin dragon and yang dragon did not bite the bait. Was it because his luck was not enough to catch the yin dragon and yang dragon, or was there some other reason? The spiritual intelligence of the yin dragon and yang dragon were obviously low. Why didn't they bite the bait when they saw the bait that they wanted? Could it be that the bait was not attractive enough? Ning Fan retracted the fishing line and infused a trace of yin and yang power into the dragon bait. Then, he cast the fishing line again. Another 2 hours passed. The length of the fishing rod transmitted 27 changes in the yin and yang power. 12 times was yin and 15 times was yang. The yin dragon and yang dragon approached the fishing hook for a total of 27 times. They seemed to be greatly tempted by the dragon bait, but they just did not bite it. It seems like it's not just because of the bait. In order to catch the yin dragon and yang dragon that no one has caught for millions of years, I probably need some special items. Ning Fan retracted the fishing line and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of his eyes. He seemed to have understood something, but he also felt a little confused. Chi. A sound-transmitting flying sword suddenly arrived. When it reached Ning Fan's side, it immediately broke into pieces. Then, a woman's voice entered Ning Fan's ears. It was the sound-transmitting flying sword sent by Tan Zixin. She was telling him about her experience when she caught the yin dragon and yang dragon. It was the story of a sword cultivator who was a rogue immortal from 3 million years ago. The dragon fishing convention lasted for 3 days. On the first day, that person fished a dragon crazily. His result was shocking. He caught more than 300 dragon souls and 27 dragon balls. However, he could not catch another dragon on the second day. On the third day, before the convention ended, that person suddenly caught the legendary yin dragon and yang dragon, shocking the entire demon world. After he had successfully caught the dragon, he put all the dragon souls and dragon balls back. He laughed loudly and cried loudly. Then, he flew away on his flying sword. Before he left, he only said one sentence. I have obtained the Tao. However, this Tao came too late. I don't want it anymore. I should give it up. The story that Tan Zixin told was only recorded in a few ancient books. Currently, there were almost no one in the demon world who knew about it. The reason why she told this story to Ning Fan was because she wanted to give him some help and help him successfully fish for the dragon. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he seemed to have understood something and transmitted his voice to Tan Zixin. Thank you. He now knew why he could not catch the yin dragon and yang dragon. He knew what he should do now. I should learn from that rogue immortal senior and return with a full harvest. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with black light. That black light was the color of luck. Under the black color, there was an extremely pure purple color. He retracted the fishing line to a suitable depth and waited quietly. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the first dragon's soul took the bait. Before the first ripple appeared on the surface of the water, Ning Fan had already stood up. He pulled the fishing rod and caught a golden dragon that was 1,000 zhang long from the surface of the water. He pointed a finger at the golden dragon. It immediately trembled and turned into a small golden snake that was around 1 qi long. Then, he caught it in his palm. The golden dragon breathed out a ray of golden light from its mouth. That ray of golden light turned into a golden pearl that floated in front of Ningfan. A 7th grade dragon soul and a 9th grade dragon ball. Bai Mu actually caught a dragon soul. Moreover, this dragon soul is actually a 7th grade dragon soul. Moreover, there is a dragon ball inside the dragon soul. Luck. It must be luck. No matter how bad a person's luck is, he or she would encounter great luck once in a while. He Shishio's eyes widened in surprise. His spirit sense was constantly paying attention to Ningfan's movements. After a while, he suppressed his astonishment. From his point of view, Ningfan being able to catch a 7th grade dragon soul and a 9th grade dragon ball was an accident that could not be replicated. It was impossible for it to happen a second time. He looked down on Ningfan, but the others did not think so. When Ningfan's results on the dragon fishing monument changed, many old monsters were astonished. Old ancestor Bai Mu's luck is really not bad. Even though he spent 4 hours to catch the first dragon soul, it actually has a dragon ball inside it. It's already considered very rare. That's right. How can the luck of a void fragmentation realm old monster be bad? Tan Zixin's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Inwardly, she guessed that her story might have already helped Ningfan. Is Ningfan going to learn from that rogue immortal senior and catch countless dragons on the first day and shock everyone? After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Ningfan caught the second dragon soul. It was a 6th grade dragon soul with an 8th grade dragon ball inside it. Impossible. How can such a coincidence happen twice in a row? He Shishio's expression changed. Ningfan had actually caught 2 dragon souls in a row and both of them had a dragon ball. Such a rare occurrence really happened again. It's impossible for him to catch a 3rd dragon soul. Just as He Shishio's voice fell, Ningfan caught the 3rd dragon soul. This dragon soul did not have a dragon ball inside it. However, it was a 2nd grade dragon soul. How could a person with poor luck catch a 2nd grade dragon soul? He Shishio gritted his teeth. He knew that he had underestimated Ningfan's luck. The 4-colored luck pearl did not seem to be able to accurately measure Ningfan's luck. In the past, the rogue immortal sword cultivator who caught the Yin dragon and Yang dragon had a purple luck. Ningfan's current luck was also purple. It was the 1st grade mortal luck. Even though He Shishio's luck was just a tiny bit away from the 1st grade, the difference between him and Ningfan was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference between his and Ningfan's luck was not just a tiny bit. In the past, the rogue immortal sword cultivator caught 3,000 dragon souls within 24 hours and shocked the entire demon world. Ningfan's luck was not any weaker than that person. His result in fishing dragons might not necessarily be weaker than that person. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, the 40th, the 50th, the 60th, in just 2 hours, Ningfan had already caught 68 dragon souls and 9 dragon balls. The highest dragon soul was the 1st grade and there were only 3 of them. The highest dragon ball was the 3rd grade and there was only 1 3rd grade dragon ball. At this moment, Ningfan's result on the dragon fishing ranking was undoubtedly the 1st. He Shishio's expression was extremely gloomy while the others were still in shock. The dragon fishing meeting had already gone on for 6 hours. Other than Ningfan, the person with the best result in the past 6 hours was He Shishio. He only managed to catch 12 dragon souls and the dragon pearl was still the same. Ningfan's result had already surpassed He Shishio's by a few times in just 2 hours. After the first day, Ningfan had caught a total of 581 dragon souls and 66 dragon balls. Among them, there were 26 1st-grade dragon souls and 3 1st-grade dragon balls. Ningfan alone seemed to have caught all the dragon souls in the entire dragon raising pond. The total number of dragon souls caught by the others at the scene was less than 400 and there were only 17 Dragon Balls. Moreover, the highest grade Dragon Ball among them was only at the 4th grade. Impossible. Even if this Bai Mu's luck isn't bad, it's impossible for him to surpass me by so much. With the help of the luck pearl, my luck is almost at the 1st grade purple luck. Even so, I only caught 42 Dragon Souls and 3 Dragon Balls in a day. His result is so much better than mine. Could it be that he has purple luck? He Shishio's face turned pale. Other than those with purple luck, who else could be so heaven-defying to catch so many Dragon Souls? From He Shishio's point of view, even if the dragon-raising pond was not emptied by Ning Fan alone, there should not be many Dragon Souls left. In the next 2 days, it would be difficult for him to catch too many Dragon Souls. That detestable Bai Mu. Forget it. I didn't come here to catch ordinary Dragon Souls. My target is the Yin Dragon and Yang Dragon. He Shishio's face darkened. He took out a pill that contained a trace of Yin and Yang power, ground it into powder and smeared it on the dragon bait. In the next 2 days, I'll start fishing the Yin Dragon and Yang Dragon. Of course, if there are ordinary Dragon Souls that take the bait, He Shishio would not reject them. Cough cough cough. According to what I know, the rogue immortal who caught the Yin Dragon and Yang Dragon 3 million years ago also did the same thing as Bai Mu, right? Within a day, he almost emptied the dragon-raising pond and took the lead. The old Qi sovereign said with a solemn expression. Hee hee. I wonder if this Bai Mu can be like that rogue immortal and catch the Yin Dragon and Yang Dragon, shocking the demon world once again. The old fox sovereign's laughter was a little hoarse but his eyes were filled with anticipation. The old Yuan sovereign did not say anything but his eyes were filled with anticipation. If Ning Fan could really fish out the Yin Yang Dragon Pearl, it would help him completely recover his demon soul. That would naturally be the best outcome. If he can't, I can't force it either. On the 2nd day, Ning Fan held the fishing rod but did not catch another dragon soul. It was not that there were no dragon souls that took the bait. There were indeed some dragon souls that took the bait but he just let them eat the dragon bait instead of catching any dragons. After the dragon souls ate the bait, he would refill the bait again and cast the rod again to continue fishing. Compared to the 1st day, the number of dragon souls that took the bait was already pitiful. Yesterday, almost 2/3 of the dragon souls in the dragon-raising pond had been fished away. His goal today was not to catch any dragon souls in the first place. Not being able to catch them was the right thing to do. In his heart, a wisp of extremely mysterious comprehension gradually rose. Traces of the qi of the great Tao were emitted from his body. The qi was very obscure. Only 3 rogue demons could sense it in this place. Bai Mu, what are you doing? The old Qi sovereign and the old fox sovereign wore puzzled expressions. Chapter 652. Ning Fan seemed to have turned into a statue. He sat on the shore of the island without moving an inch. The water rippled slightly and the dragon bait was eaten by the dragon soul. Ning Fan was not in a hurry to catch the dragon soul. He just repeatedly reeled in the line, shaped the bait and cast the rod, allowing the dragon bait to be eaten again. His gaze became deeper and deeper, as if he could see the satisfied expressions of the dragon souls in the water. Is the bait delicious? Ning Fan murmured with a sigh. Half a day had passed since the 2nd day of the conference. Night had already fallen. The moonlight was dim and yellow. Ning Fan was dressed in white robes, sitting alone in the darkness. When there were only a few dragon baits left, he tossed all of them into the water. However, this caused the dragon souls in the water to fight over them. The dragon bait had been used up, but he didn't buy any more. He just hung the hook in the air and waited. Without the dragon bait, the dragon souls finally dispersed after waiting bitterly for nothing. In this place, there were no longer any dragons biting his bait or disturbing his state of mind. The dragon souls in this place seemed to have grown accustomed to it. They knew the benefits of dragon bait, and they also knew that Ning Fan did not have any more dragon bait. The dragon souls swam to the islands where the other cultivators were and began to steal the dragon bait. Some succeeded, and some failed. Those who failed were naturally fished up by others. On this night, many of the cultivators who participated in the competition had gained something. Most of them were thanks to Ning Fan. All of this had nothing to do with Ning Fan. Ning Fan's heart seemed to have turned into a gentle ripple, without a single ripple. He looked at those dragon souls that had walked right into the trap, and it was as if he was looking at himself. He was so good that he could be compared to all living beings. On the first day, he fished the dragon crazily, easily deciding the death of the dragon soul. On the second day, he pardoned the dragon from death and used it as bait to decide the life and death of the dragon soul. But in this life, most of the ending was still a dead end. This was similar to cultivating Tao. Heaven could easily decide a person's death, yet it used longevity and Tao truth as bait to lure all living beings to cultivate Tao. Without the bait, one could not transcend life and death. The immortals who obtained the bait thought that they had transcended life and death, but most of them would still fall one day. First-step cultivators were limited by their lifespans, while second-step immortals were limited by the heavenly tribulations. As long as one was still restricted by the heavens and earth, one would not truly be considered to have transcended the restrictions of the heavens and earth. Immortals were people who stood on the mountain, but even if they stood on the mountain, there was still a sky above their head and a land below their feet. This mountain was still trapped in the cage of heaven and earth. The one holding the bait was the fisherman, and the one fighting for the bait was the fish. At this moment, Ning Fan was holding the bait. He was the fisherman. The dragon souls fought against each other for the bait and died because of it. If the Tao was the bait, then the living beings would be the fish and the dragon. They would fight with each other, and the heaven and earth would be the fishermen. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the sky in silence. If heaven and earth were the fishermen, if longevity and Tao were the food, he did not want to be like most people, running around for the bait and losing his life for it. He didn't want to be a fish at the mercy of others. He didn't want to be fished out by others. He wanted to be the fisherman in charge of the fish's life and death. If you want to be a fisherman, you must first understand the Tao of angling. Anglers should hide in the river, cast bait unseen, and kill silently. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes shone with a mysterious light. There was reality in the illusory and death in the midst of life. His body began to fade, and so did the fishing rod, fishing line, and fishing hook in his hand. The night ended and the sun rose. Ning Fan's body had already faded like a mirage. On the night of the third day, Ning Fan's body had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Where did fellow Taoist Bai Mu go? A few of the first break realm old monsters asked in surprise. The eruption on the first day, the silence on the second day, and the disappearance on the third day, what he did in the first 2 days was to comprehend the Tao of angling and prepare for the third day. Ordinary people would not know where Ning Fan went. Cultivators at the fifth break realm and above could see that Ning Fan did not actually go anywhere. He was still sitting on the same spot. He just concealed his body and the fishing rod so that ordinary people could not see him. Only the 3 rogue demons could see that Ning Fan had gone through 3 extremely mysterious changes during the process of concealing himself. Ning Fan's body went from being real to illusory, from illusory to life, from life to death. His body was constantly changing between being real and illusory. His chi was hovering between life and death. Even though he was just sitting there, it was as if he had become one with the entire dragon-raising pond, as if he did not exist. His chi was like a dead object. The 3 rogue demons who had achieved the Tao fusion with their demon souls could also do this. However, they would not be able to do it as perfectly as Ning Fan. It was as if Ning Fan had really disappeared. Other than the yin-yang power on the fishing hook, the yin-yang dragons would not notice that someone had set up a fishing hook and was waiting for them to take the bait. Ning Fan did not need other dragon baits. He directly extracted a trace of the purest yin-yang power from the yin-yang locket and channeled it into the fishing rod. To the yin-yang dragons and yang dragons, this trace of yin-yang power was much more tempting than any other dragon bait. At first, they did not dare to take the bait. However, they still sensed Ning Fan's presence in the end. Even though they wanted to eat the dragon bait, they did not dare to do so. When Ning Fan concealed himself, the two dragons no longer concealed their desires. For that trace of pure yin-yang power, they began to fight each other in the dragon-raising pond. Ning Fan was still waiting. He was waiting for the crucial moment of the battle between the two dragons. Then, he would split the fishing hook into two and catch the two dragons in one go. The result he achieved on the first day was his usual performance. On the second day, he wasted hundreds of dragon baits and released hundreds of dragon souls in order to comprehend the Tao of angling and comprehend the key to fishing dragons. He set up the yin-yang bait and waited in the dark with purple luck. Once the yin-yang dragons let down their guard and began to fight each other and swallow the bait, he would be able to achieve success in one go. It's a little strange. Why didn't old ancestor Bai Mu get anything from the second day onwards? Do you think old ancestor Bai Mu doesn't want to fish for ordinary dragon souls anymore? Maybe he wants to fish for the legendary yin-yang dragon souls? Fellow Taoist, don't joke around. No one has fished out the yin-yang dragon souls for millions of years. Why would old ancestor Bai Mu seek trouble for himself by fishing for the yin-yang dragon souls that are so difficult to catch? On the 4 jade platforms of the dragon-raising pond, many cultivators were discussing in low voices. The 9 demon sovereigns remained silent. All of their spirit sense were gathered on Ning Fan. He Shishio used his spirit sense to detect Ning Fan's actions. His eyes were filled with impatience. What is Bai Mu trying to do by deliberately mystifying things? Speaking of which, why is it so difficult to catch the yin dragon and yang dragon? My luck is already close to purple and I've even used some secret medicine on the dragon bait. However, I still can't catch the yin dragon and yang dragon. If I don't have the yin yang dragon pearl, the stage of getting the map will be extremely dangerous. This is going to be troublesome. Half of the third day had passed. After the last night, the dragon fishing convention would come to an end. How could he Shishio not be anxious? He only had less than half a day left. Initially, he came to fish the yin dragon and yang dragon with confidence. However, his confidence had already been depleted. Could it be that even my half-purple luck isn't enough to catch the yin dragon and yang dragon? The night gradually faded and the sky turned white. He Shishio's heart also sank. Not only did he fail to catch the yin-yang dragon in this dragon fishing convention, but he also failed to catch the ordinary dragon souls. He Shishio could not accept such a result, but he had no choice but to accept it. The convention will end in another hour. Damn it. Do I really have to have the best luck to catch the yin-yang dragon? Just as he was muttering to himself, his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. He Shishio wasn't the only one who was shocked. Countless cultivators in the entire dragon-raising pond and the 4 jade platforms were also astonished. At this moment, Ning Fan, who was originally invisible, showed his figure at this moment. On the surface of the sea where the night had yet to end, a dazzling aurora suddenly flashed. Within that aurora, there was an existence of Tao power that could look down on the sun and moon. When that Tao power spread out, the shadows of the sun and moon rose to the sky at the same time and a strange phenomenon took place. 2 extremely furious dragon roars came from the deepest part of the dragon-raising pond, penetrating through the water and spreading across the entire pond. Roar. This is the roar of the yin-yang dragon souls. Someone actually caught the yin-yang dragon souls when the dragon fishing convention is about to end. Who is it? Its old ancestor Bai Mu. He's the one who caught the yin-yang dragon souls. Moreover, he managed to catch 2 dragons at once. However, he still can't pull them out of the sea for the time being. Exclamations of surprise could be heard from all directions. He Shishio's eyes were blank as if he had just received a huge shock. Why can Bai Mu catch the yin-yang dragon souls? Could it be that he really has the purple luck? Evil creature. What great strength. Ning Fan stepped on the shore of the island and pulled the Tai Gong fishing rod. He wanted to pull the yin-yang dragon souls out of the water but to no avail. The yin-yang dragon souls were gigantic and they were still struggling with great strength. Even with his strength, he could not catch the 2 dragons at once. The strength of these 2 dragons was comparable to that of sovereign beasts. As they struggled, their strength increased by a few times. Dragon subduing. Ning Fan secretly activated a trace of dragon subduing power on the fishing rod without anyone noticing. After activating the dragon subduing technique of the Tai Gong fishing rod, the yin-yang dragon souls which were roaring furiously suddenly let out a miserable shriek and were pulled out of the water by Ning Fan. They were 2 dragon souls which were 30,000 zhang in size. One of them was black while the other was white. The black dragon was the yin dragon while the white dragon was the yang dragon. The eyes of the 2 dragons were filled with fear. Their bodies were severely injured by the dragon subduing technique. Their blood was flowing uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the sake of keeping the souls of the 2 dragons for them to devour, Ning Fan could directly use the Tai Gong fishing rod to kill them instantly. At this moment, the old Yuan Emperor suddenly rose to his feet. His eyes were filled with astonishment. The other 2 loose demons also rose to their feet. However, their eyes were filled with greed when they looked at the yin-yang dragon souls. Among the old monsters present, they were not the only ones who showed greedy eyes at the yin-yang dragon souls. The yin-yang dragon souls contained the yin-yang dragon pearl. A single pearl could increase the demon power of 50,000 life periods. 2 pearls would increase the demon power of 100,000 life periods. The yin-yang dragon souls were just first-grade dragon souls which were not worth mentioning. Some of them looked at Ning Fan with greed in their eyes. However, none of them made a move for the yin-yang dragon pearls. The old Fox Sovereign and the old Qi Sovereign were already loose demons. It was useless for them to devour the dragon pearls. Other than the 2 loose demons, the other experts were afraid of the reputations of the Yuan Palace and Li Long. Thus, none of them dared to snatch the treasures from Ning Fan. Ning Fan's expression relaxed a little. It couldn't be any better that no one tried to snatch the treasures. He kept the fishing rod and kept the yin-yang dragon pearls from the bodies of the 2 dragons. Then, he sealed the 2 dragon souls into the sealing pot. Li Long, on the other hand, had already separated the sea and came to Ning Fan's side to protect him. He would not allow anyone to snatch the treasures from him. He. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. The yin-yang dragon that no one had fished for millions of years has been caught by someone again. How rare. The old Fox Sovereign and the old Qi Sovereign withdrew their greedy expressions and returned to their seats. Their facial expressions had already returned to normal. The old Yuan Emperor also gradually withdrew his excited expression. He returned to his seat with an undisguised smile on his face. Now that Ning Fan had fished up the yin-yang dragon pearls, he could use them to heal his injuries. To him, it couldn't be any better. This Bai Mu's luck is truly heaven-defying. It seems like it's most likely a purple luck. The old primitive emperor was both impressed and envious. Purple-colored luck was extremely rare. Since Ning Fan possessed such a powerful luck, he would certainly encounter more opportunities in his path of cultivation compared to ordinary people. He fished out the yin-yang dragon ball. He Shishio had a complicated look on his face. He didn't want Ning Fan's to obtain such a precious treasure, but no matter what, Ning Fan's was the helper invited by the little demoness, so he would go with her to get the map. Obtaining the Yin-Yang Dragon Ball could be considered as reducing the difficulty of passing that level. Perhaps it was a good thing. It would be great if I could fish out the Yin-Yang Dragon Pearl. I'm not far from breaking through to the 6th level. If I had the Dragon Pearl, Yin Yomu laughed at himself. He was laughing because he actually did not know that Ning Fan's luck was so strong. Li Long was very proud. He was proud that his master had fished up the Yin-Yang Dragon Pearl that countless people dreamed of. Master definitely has purple luck. Li Long was convinced. As the sun rose in the east, the last trace of darkness finally dissipated. When dawn arrived, the dragon fishing convention was finally coming to an end. Ning Fan heaved a sigh of relief and sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the dragon fishing convention to end. He did not continue fishing for dragons. Since his luck was strong, he had already fished out most of the dragon souls that had dragon pearls. There were only a few dragon souls left and most of them did not have dragon pearls. Thus, there was no value in fishing anymore. The Yin-Yang Dragon Pearl was already in his hands. That was enough. With these 2 dragon pearls, the risk of helping the little demoness obtain the map would be much lower. Before leaving the demon world, he could still borrow the power of these 2 dragon pearls to completely restore the demon soul of the old Yuan Emperor and return the favor to him. After obtaining the map, Ning Fan's cultivation base would certainly skyrocket if he devoured these 2 dragon pearls. One should know that Ning Fan was an ancient god with one aperture. To him, devouring a Yin-Yang Dragon Pearl could increase his magic power by 100,000 yuan instead of 50,000 yuan. Now that I've obtained the Dragon Pearls, it's about time for me to leave the demon world. Ning Fan estimated that the appearance-changing pill would lose its effect in a few days. It was about time for him to leave. On the 4 jade platforms, countless cultivators were discussing among themselves. All of them were talking about something related to Ning Fan. In this dragon fishing convention, Ning Fan ranked first in terms of the number of dragon souls and dragon pearls he fished. Moreover, he fished the Yin-Yang Dragon Pearl. No one could compare to him. On the eastern jade platform, the mysterious man who wore a thick cloak was wearing a jealous expression. Damn it! This fake Bai Mu actually fished so many dragon souls and dragon pearls. He even fished out the Yin-Yang Dragon Pearl that no one has managed to fish for millions of years. I'm the real Bai Mu. All of these things should belong to me. No one knew that this mysterious man in a cloak was the real old ancestor of the Light Feather clan, Bai Mu. He had the green yang physique, which was one of the 7 yang physiques. He would not be happy without women. He had committed many evil deeds and was once expelled from the clan. His combat power was low and he was the weakest among those who were at the same level as him. Moreover, he was often tortured and hunted down by those who were at a higher cultivation level than him. He was once hunted by the leader of the Black Crane clan and nearly died. When he was recuperating, he met Cheng Huang of the Yellow Dragon clan by chance and acknowledged him as his master. Originally, he planned to expose Ning Fan's identity after meeting up with Cheng Huang. Then, he would use Cheng Huang's deterrence to take away all of Ning Fan's opportunities. The star stones, the broken 7 servants and everything else. He wanted to take everything away. Unfortunately, Cheng Huang's son had yet to show up. He did not dare to challenge Ning Fan alone. Seeing Ning Fan using his name to fish for countless dragon souls and dragon pearls, he was envious but he could not do anything about it. Why isn't my son here yet? If my son is here, he can just ask this fake Bai Mu for the Yin-Yang Dragon Pearl and the star stones with his reputation. The fake Bai Mu certainly would not dare to disobey him. After all, which demon cultivator in the lower world would dare to disobey a cultivator from the upper world? My son, why aren't you here yet? If you don't come, the dragon fishing convention will end soon. Perhaps the fake Bai Mu will leave, my son, come quickly. Let's snatch all of the fake Bai Mu's items together. My son, hurry up. The dragon fishing convention will end in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. My son, where are you? Come back quickly. The cloaked man's heart was really burning with anxiety. He almost wanted to kneel on the ground and pray. Just as he was feeling anxious, he suddenly saw a massive dragon-shaped formation mark appear in the sky. The formation mark was dark yellow. The moment it appeared, the cloaked man was overjoyed. This is the formation mark of the lower world that only the Yellow Dragon clan has. I have seen my son descend to the lower world with this formation mark. I've seen it before. My son is here. My son is here to deal with the fake Bai Mu with me. Ha! My son is finally here. The cloaked man sneered. Green light flashed in his eyes. Even though the formation mark had already appeared, it would still take around 100 breaths for the teleportation to be completed. The cloaked man could no longer wait. After all, he would have the support of his son in another 100 breaths. At this moment, he was full of confidence. Even if he were to face a rogue demon, he would still have the guts to scold him. Bai Mu, die for me. He shouted pretentiously. Using his second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base, he leaped up from the jade platform and stood in the sky, looking down at the living beings below. At this moment, the teleportation runes of the Yellow Dragon clan appeared in the sky, shocking countless cultivators. Just as many old monsters were wondering about the members of the Yellow Dragon clan descending to the lower worlds, they suddenly saw a void fragmentation realm cultivator wearing a cloak jump out from the lower worlds and speak arrogantly. He actually wanted Ning Fan to die. The Yellow Dragon clan's upper demons are about to descend. Are they here to watch the dragon fishing convention? Who is this cloaked man? Even though he is a void fragmentation realm old monster, he is only at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Why does he dare to challenge old ancestor Bai Mu? The moment the Yellow Dragon clan's lower realm formation pattern appeared, the old primitive emperor's eyes turned cold while Tan Zixin became nervous. Tan Zixin was feeling anxious for Ning Fan. She knew that the Yellow Dragon clan most likely harbored malicious intentions when they descended to the lower worlds this time. It was highly likely that they were here to seek revenge for Cheng Huang. Are they here to deal with Senior Bai Mu? Oh no, Senior Bai Mu is in danger. Just as Tan Zixin was worrying about Ning Fan, she suddenly heard a cloaked man provoking Ning Fan. Her beautiful eyes darkened. Who is this person? Why is he shouting at Senior Whitewood? As soon as he saw the Yellow Dragon clan's formation pattern appearing in the sky, Li Long's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. Naturally, he did not know that Ning Fan had killed the dragon's son Cheng Huang. This group of experts of the Yellow Dragon clan was here for Ning Fan. However, when he saw a cultivator with 2 broken bones speaking arrogantly to Ning Fan, Li Long's eyes were filled with rage. Is my master someone that anyone can provoke? Ning Fan rose to his feet and his eyes turned cold. There was no need to guess the reason why the experts of the Yellow Dragon clan descended to the lower worlds. They were most likely here for Cheng Huang. Putting aside the experts of the Yellow Dragon clan, who was this cloaked man? Why did he provoke Ning Fan for no reason? With a leap, Ning Fan flew up to the clouds and stared at the cloaked man from a distance of 10,000 zhang. Who are you? Ning Fan asked. You're asking me who I am? Haha. Who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? The cloaked man suddenly lifted his head and laughed heartily. Then, he abruptly removed his cloak. Who do you think I am? I want to ask you who you are. I am the old ancestor of the Light Feather clan, Bai Mu. What exactly are your intentions by impersonating my identity and sneaking into Tianyuan City? I'll give you 3 breaths. Give me all the dragon souls, dragon balls and 10 pieces of star stones that you've fished up. Also, give me your 7 broken slaves. Then, I can forgive your crime of impersonating me. Otherwise, when the dragon son Cheng Huang from the upper worlds arrives, you, the fake Bai Mu, will certainly die. When he was speaking, his eyes were constantly flashing with green rays of light that carried scorching yang power. His words entered the ears of countless people, causing their expressions to turn strange. Ning Fan is the fake Bai Mu. Is this cloaked man the real Bai Mu? No one knew who was the real one. They only knew that it was a foolish act for a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator to provoke Ning Fan. Ning Fan himself was already strong enough to defeat all cultivators at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, he had his 7 broken slaves and had a close relationship with the Yuan Palace. Whether Ning Fan was Bai Mu or not, he was not someone that this cloaked man could provoke. At first, Ning Fan wanted to raise his hand and kill the cloaked man. However, when he saw the green yang power in the man's eyes, he was slightly stunned. This is, the green yang physique. Now that a person with the 7 yang physique had delivered himself to his doorstep, how could he not accept him? However, judging from the cloaked man's words, he seemed to be the real Bai Mu. The one that he was impersonating was him. What Bai Mu said revealed a lot of information. He was acquainted with Cheng Huang and they came for the star stones. All of a sudden, Ning Fan understood something. Before he killed Cheng Huang that day, Cheng Huang firmly believed that Ning Fan was not Bai Mu and asked for the star stones of the Light Feather clan. It turned out that there was a reason behind it. Cheng Huang was in cahoots with this Bai Mu. Of course, he knew that Ning Fan could not be Bai Mu. However, he did not know if this group of cultivators from the Yellow Dragon clan who borrowed the formation marks to descend to the lower worlds was also in cahoots with Bai Mu. However, it seemed like Bai Mu was still unaware that Cheng Huang was already dead. How dare you? How dare you act so presumptuously in the dragon fishing convention organized by the Palace of Origin? Seeing that you are a void fragmentation realm expert, I won't hold you accountable for disrupting the convention if you leave now. Great Elder Zhou Nan led 4 void fragmentation realm experts of the void fragmentation realm of the Origin Palace and flew towards Ning Fan. They surrounded Jin Baimu and each of them glared at him. Palace of Origin. In my eyes, what is the Palace of Origin? Do you know who my master is? My master is the dignified dragon son of the Yellow Dragon clan, Cheng Huang. Everyone, please take a look at the formation marks in the sky. I believe many of you know that these are the formation marks of the lower worlds that only the Yellow Dragon clan has. Hee. My master, Cheng Huang, is about to descend to the Heaven Origin realm with the help of the formation marks. He is here to help me deal with the fake Bai Mu. The cloaked man's words caused countless cultivators to gasp in shock. No one cared about who was the real Bai Mu and who was the fake Bai Mu. After all, Bai Mu was not a popular person. He had a terrible reputation. If it wasn't because of Ning Fan's strength, his name would not have spread across the demon world. However, what everyone was concerned about was that the cloaked man was actually the demon servant of the dragon son of the upper worlds. Moreover, he even invited the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan to deal with Ning Fan. The formation marks in the sky could not be faked. What the cloaked man said was probably true. He really invited the members of the Yellow Dragon clan to deal with Ning Fan. I didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen at the end of the dragon fishing convention. The real and fake Bai Mu, the intervention of the Yellow Dragon clan. Some old monsters whispered to each other. Just as they began to discuss among themselves, everyone suddenly became silent. It was because the formation marks of the Yellow Dragon clan in the sky suddenly flashed and emitted a million rays of light, condensing into a dark yellow realm gate. The realm gate opened and hundreds of experts of the Yellow Dragon clan walked out of it. The ones leading them were actually 4 rogue demons. Who is Bai Mu? The leader of the group was a rogue demon. He wore a yellow demon armor and had a head full of white hair. His eyes were filled with monstrous rage. His cold shout caused the entire city to fall into dead silence. Esteemed demon, this lowly one is Bai Mu. I wonder where is Qinghuang Longzi? Why don't I see him? The real Bai Mu wore an incomparably proud expression. He stepped on the sky and flew towards the large group of experts of the Yellow Dragon clan. His expression seemed like he wanted to show off to all the experts in the city how strong his backer was. For rogue demons. For rogue demons. Oh my God. Qinghuang has brought so many people with him. Let alone snatching the fake Bai Mu, even massacring a few demon palaces would be a piece of cake for them. The real Bai Mu excitedly walked towards the rogue demon. He did not realize how great the killing intent in the rogue demon's eyes was. Are you Bai Mu? Hee hee. You still dare to ask me where Qinghuang is? I want to ask you, who gave you the guts to kill Qinghuang? I'm going to tear you into a million pieces. The rogue demon suddenly raised his finger and pointed at the fake Bai Mu. He only used 30% of his demon power in that finger attack. However, it was enough to kill a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator 10 times over. That one finger attack turned into yellow demon flames that filled the sky. They carried boundless killing intent, causing the real Bai Mu's face to turn pale. What's going on? What's going on? Why are the experts of the Yellow Dragon clan attacking me? How did this happen? Chapter 653. Bai Mu was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. He had rushed over excitedly to curry favor with the cultivator of the Yellow Dragon clan. He did not expect that the other party would want to kill him as soon as he arrived. Bai Mu's heart was filled with grievance. He didn't know why all of this had happened. He was clearly Qinglongzi's demon servant and a member of the Yellow Dragon clan. Why was he attacked by the Yellow Dragon clan? Wait, what did that loose demon senior say just now? At this moment, Bai Mu gradually came back to his senses. The itinerant demon's question replayed in his mind. Who gave you the guts to kill Qinghuang? The audacity of a dog, will kill me, killed, death, what? Could it be that Qinglongzi met with an accident and perished, and this senior suspects that I killed Qinglongzi, so he attacked me? I'm innocent. Senior, please listen to me. Qinglongzi was not harmed by me. I can make a great Dao heart oath. Faced with the demon fire that blotted out the sky, Bai Mu felt that his life was hanging by a thread. He actually knelt down with a plop and started begging Yao Jia loose demon. Yao Jia loose demon was stunned. He pointed a finger and stopped the demonic fire's attack temporarily. He looked at Bai Mu doubtfully. His name was Forefather Ascending Firmament, and he was Qinghuang Sr. The reason why he attacked first was because he was angry. But now that he saw the so-called white wood with his own eyes, he could not help but calm down. Something's not right. Bai Mu in front of him was merely at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, it was obvious that he had indulged too much in debauchery and his qi was weak. With just a glance, Bai Mu could tell that this person's strength was pitifully weak. He should not have the strength to kill Qinghuang. Qinghuang was one of the 12 dragon sons of the Yellow Dragon clan in the upper realm. How could it be killed by such a weakling? Looking at Bai Mu's wronged expression, Patriarch Qing Shao could not help but feel nervous. Could it be that he had found the wrong person? Could it be that this person was not Bai Mu, the murderer of Qinghuang? Are you sure you didn't harm Qinghuang? Forefather Qing Shao tried to suppress his anger and asked coldly. No, it's not me, it's really not me. Bai Mu heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like this senior did not intend to kill him immediately. He still had a chance to explain himself. Then let me ask you, do you know who Bai Mu is? Senior, I'm Bai Mu. Bai Mu chuckled apologetically, and his expression was filled with flattery, as if he was afraid that he would offend this senior. Unexpectedly, this sentence was like a spark falling into a pile of hay, immediately igniting Ancestor Skyride's anger. At that moment, Patriarch Skyride could no longer be bothered to listen to Bai Mu's sophistry. "You're clearly Bai Mu. Why are you still spouting nonsense with this old man?" The Yellow Dragon clan's Dragon Grudge tablet shows that the one who killed Qing Huang was Bai Mu. "Since you are Bai Mu, then die." Without saying a word, Old Ancestor Ascending Firmament pointed his finger again, and a deep yellow sea of flames instantly submerged the white wood. Bai Mu had the urge to vomit blood. What did he hear? Old Ancestor Qing Shao actually said that the dragon's resentment monument showed that the one who killed Qing Huang was Bai Mu. Fuck. All of a sudden, Bai Mu's mind seemed to have been enlightened. All of a sudden, he looked at Ning Fan with an extremely wronged expression. He understood now. It must be Ning Fan who used his name to kill Qing Longzi. I've been tricked. I've been tricked. If he knew that Qing Longzi was already dead and if he knew that Qing Longzi was coming for Bai Mu, he would not admit that he was Bai Mu unless he was out of his mind. I'm not Bai Mu. I'm really not Bai Mu. He is Bai Mu. He is. I'm Qing Longzi's demon servant. We're on the same side. Bai Mu pointed at Ning Fan. He only had time to explain himself. At the next moment, he let out a blood-curdling shriek and died in the sea of flames. The demon's soul was burned to ashes, but the corpse was not burned to ashes. The charcoal-like corpse fell from the sky and was kept away by Ning Fan with a flick of his sleeve. The green yang body was the weakest of the 7 yang bodies. However, the physical body of the green yang body was very durable. Unless the yang power in the body is exhausted, it would be very difficult to destroy the corpse. Even if a cultivator with the green yang body dies, their corpse would not rot even after tens of thousands of years without any protection. Old Ancestor Skyride's expression changed slightly. His eyes turned to Ning Fan angrily. Did he kill the wrong person? Is this person the one who killed Qing Huang? Old Ancestor Skyride stood in the sky. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd and asked all of a sudden. Who is Bai Mu? Many old monsters lowered their heads and did not answer him. A few old monsters secretly shifted their gazes to Ning Fan. This young man's cultivation base is just at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. How could he be Bai Mu? Qing Huang has already broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer. How could he be killed by a mere void fragmentation realm junior in the lower world? Old Ancestor Skyride wore a doubtful look. He did not believe it. However, his principle had always been that Ning Fan would never let go of a single person who was wrongly killed. Before he came to the lower world, he had already decided to slaughter every single person with the name Bai Mu in the demon world. It was not considered as killing the wrong person. Regardless of whether the Bai Mu in front of him was the one who killed Qing Huang or not, he just needed to capture his demon soul and search it. Then, he would know everything. If this person was really the one who killed Qing Huang, killing him could be considered as avenging Qing Huang. If he did not kill Qing Huang, then he would be killing the wrong person. But so what? 200 dragon guards. Go and capture this person. Search his soul and memory. Old Ancestor Skyride stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After killing Bai Mu just now, his anger had subsided slightly. Now, he actually disdained to attack Ning Fan, who was just a void fragmentation realm cultivator, because of his identity. As soon as the 200 void refinement realm experts with dragon horns and 7 first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm experts behind him heard Old Ancestor Skyride's order, they immediately prepared to attack Ning Fan. Before they could take action, 2 voices suddenly resounded in the sky above Tianyuan City. Stop! The 2 voices belonged to young women. All of a sudden, 2 beautiful figures appeared in front of Ning Fan, shielding him behind their backs. One of them was Tan Zixin while the other one was Little Demonis. Little Demonis had also brought along hundreds of women from the Light Feather clan. All of them stood behind Ning Fan. Even though the eyes of these women were filled with fear, they glared at the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan without hesitation. They wanted to protect Ning Fan. Seeing that Ning Fan was in trouble, Tan Zixin acted on impulse and stood in front of Ning Fan unconsciously. Little Demonis, on the other hand, had no choice but to step forward and protect Ning Fan when she saw that the enemy was quite powerful. Even with Little Demonis' personality, her black eyes could not help but darken slightly at this moment. She did not expect that there would be 4 rogue demons from the upper world who came to find trouble with Ning Fan. Even though she knew that Ning Fan was not weak, she absolutely did not believe that he could deal with such a huge problem by himself. As such, she had no choice but to step forward. If she was at her peak, she could fight against 4 rogue demons from the Yellow Dragon clan on her own. Unfortunately, due to the drawbacks of the Void Scripture, her cultivation base was currently in a period of decline, falling to the Harmonious Spirit realm. Even though she had trump cards that allowed her to barely protect herself when facing the rogue demons, it was impossible for her to defeat 4 rogue demons with her current strength. If they insist on killing Ning Fan, she would have no choice but to run away with him. There was absolutely no chance of winning against 4 rogue demons. However, she would never allow them to hurt Ning Fan. "Why did you guys come out?" Ning Fan frowned slightly, but his heart felt warm. Even though the 4 rogue demons were powerful, Ning Fan had never thought of asking for help. However, there were so many unexpected people who stood up for him when he was facing a disaster. Hua Yu and the others had low cultivation bases. They might not even be able to withstand the aftermath of a void fragmentation realm battle, but they insisted on standing behind him to protect him. Tan Zixin did not have much interaction with him, but she also stood up for him when he was in a crisis. Especially Little Demonis. Little Demonis' identity was special enough to intimidate many 4 heavens-old monsters. However, to the Yellow Dragon clan, it was difficult for this identity to intimidate them. Perhaps, they would even be attacked by the Yellow Dragon clan because of this special identity. The 4 heavens immortal world was the place where most of the cultivators from the profound sects ascended. Even though there were demon cultivators and devil cultivators, they were not the mainstream. The demon spirit land was the place where most of the demon cultivators ascended. Even though there were also profound sects and devil cultivators, they were not the mainstream. The demon spirit land and the 4 heavens immortal world were hostile forces. Every 1,000 years, the 2 of them would have a realm war. Each time, countless cultivators would fall. Each of the 4 heavens immortal world had a strongest force. They were the main force in every realm war. The Northern Heaven Lost World Palace, the Western Heaven Kunlun Jade Pool, the Southern Heaven Purple Mansion Academy, the Eastern Heaven Godly Void Pavilion. When he Shirshio came to the demon realm, he dared to reveal his identity as the Taoist of the Jade Dao sect to the demon emperor of the mortal world. This was because the Jade Dao sect could barely be considered a medium force in the 4 heavens. It would not attract the attention of the enemy world. However, the little demon girl was different. Her identity could not be announced casually, as it could easily lead to assassination by the enemy. Therefore, she did not enter the demon world in a high-profile manner. Instead, she just disguised herself as Ning Fan's Dao companion. Therefore, even in the Rain world, she did not let the Rain Sovereign know her identity. If the 4 yellow dragon loose demons knew about the little demon girl's special identity, it was very likely that they would capture the little demon girl and bring her back to the demon spirit land to ask for credit from the true spirit clans. The little demon girl was the one who should not have stood out the most, but she did. Ning Fan looked deeply at the little demoness, and the little demoness giggled at him. Hee, what are you looking at? I am your Dao companion. How could I not help you when you are in trouble? Ning Fan turned around and looked at Hua Yu and the other white-feathered ladies. All of the women stood on the cloud, and some of them lowered their heads with flushed faces, while others puffed out their chests proudly, as if to say that the women of the Light Wing clan had a backbone and would not run away. Ning Fan then turned to look at Tan Zixin. Tan Zixin seemed to be at a loss as to what to do. Zixin saw that Senior Bai Mu is in trouble. I want to help Senior. Tan Zixin cast a pleading look at her father and grandfather. She might not be able to help Ning Fan, but the Palace of Origin behind her could. Yuan Sovereign let out a sigh and transmitted a message to the Void Fragmentation Realm experts of the Palace of Origin beside him. Each of the old monsters of the Palace of Origin immediately got into a battle stance, ready to take action at any time. The old primitive emperor stood up with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon tribe. Li Long also walked to the front, looking like he was ready to fight to the death for his master. What do you lower realm cultivators want to do? Do you want to fight against my Yellow Dragon race for the sake of Bai Mu? Yes. Old Ancestor Qing Shao looked at the old primitive emperor with a threatening look in his eyes. Hua Yu and the others had low cultivations, so he didn't take them seriously. The little demoness only revealed her harmonious spirit cultivation, so he did not put her in his eyes. Tan Zixin had yet to attain the void refinement realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Even though Li Long was at the 7th fragmentation realm, old ancestor Qing Shao also did not put him in his eyes. In the entire Heaven Origin City, there were only 3 loose demons who could make old ancestor Qing Shao slightly fearful. At this moment, among the 3 loose demons, 2 of them remained silent. They did not dare to intervene in the matters of the Yellow Dragon race. Only the old primitive emperor stood out, as if he wanted to protect Ning Fan. Even though I am a cultivator of the lower realm, I won't allow the cultivators of the upper realm to bully me. Bai Mu is my good friend. If you dare to attack him, I will use all the strength of the Palace of Origin to fight against you. Tan Tianyan's eyes were equally sharp. Why would he be afraid of old ancestor Qing Zhao's threat? He certainly would not watch Ning Fan be in danger. However, he also knew that the Yellow Dragon race had sent out all their experts this time. They actually sent out 4 loose demons to deal with Ning Fan. Even when he was at his peak, he could not defeat 4 loose demons on his own. Now that his demon soul was separated and his cultivation base was greatly damaged, it was even more impossible for him to win. If he helps Ning Fan, this battle would certainly turn the entire Tian Yuan continent into a river of blood. The Palace of Origin would be in danger of being destroyed. It was really unwise. If he does not help Ning Fan, Tan Tianyan's cultivation of the Tao in this life would be in vain. What he hated the most in his life was those who bullied the weak, especially the Yellow Dragon race, which was a demon race from the upper realm who thought highly of themselves. Moreover, his granddaughter was already standing in front of Ning Fan. It was even more impossible for him to stand aside and watch. Old Monster Tan, it's not wise to make the Yellow Dragon race your enemy. Bai Mu has offended the Yellow Dragon race. He won't be able to escape death today. Why do you want to sacrifice the entire Palace of Origin just for him? The old Fox Sovereign and the old Chi Sovereign advised. Both of them definitely would not dare to go against the Yellow Dragon race. There's no need to say anything more. I know what I'm doing. Where are the cultivators of the Palace of Origin? The old primitive emperor took a step forward. It was just a step, but he would follow Ning Fan through life and death. He had already stepped on life and death and had seen through life and death. As soon as he took that step, his entire aura force suddenly changed. His eyes shone with blood-red light, making him look like a peerless ferocious beast that had slaughtered countless people. His voice echoed across the entire Heaven Primordial City and the entire Heaven Primordial continent. At this moment, billions of cultivators of the Palace of Origin, be they Void Fragmentation Realm experts or Vein Opening Realm cultivators, responded to him. Your subordinate is here. Who will fight the Yellow Dragon race with me? The old Primordial Emperor looked at the sky with a cold smile and asked the entire Heaven Primordial continent for the second time. We are all willing. What's there to fear even if we die? What's there to fear even if we die? What's there to fear even if we die? To be a demon, one must have an indomitable spirit. Before the primordial era, demons were the rulers of all time, and demons were the rulers of billions of worlds. Immortal sovereign Zido, whose name shook a billion worlds, was a demon cultivator. How would a true demon be afraid of death? How dare you? Old ancestor Qingxiao was enraged and felt humiliated. He was a dignified demon cultivator from the upper realm, but he was actually being looked down upon by the demon cultivators from the lower realm. There were actually so many people who dared to go against him. It seemed like he had to teach these people a lesson and let them know how terrifying the cultivators from the upper realm were. Old ancestor Qingxiao made up his mind. Today, Ning Fan must die. All the cultivators of the entire heaven primordial continent who resist him must die as well. He transmitted his voice to the other 3 loose demons of the Yellow Dragon clan and secretly gave an order to all the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan. Kill Ning Fan first and then bathe the entire heaven primordial continent in blood. Yun Yomu's eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, he had already flown out of the dragon-raising pond with Gong Yangzi and Xianhua, arriving beside He Shishio. The cultivators in the pond had long lost their interest in fishing for dragons. All of them flew out of the pond and fled from this troublesome place. Yun Yomu had been planted with a demon seal. If Ning Fan dies, he would die together with him. Daoist child, the successor of the divine void realm has already shown up. Should we show up together and help Bai Mu? Yun Yomu tried to persuade him. Let's wait and see. He Shishio's face was already as pale as a sheet. The foundation of the Jade Dao sect was limited. Even though he was the Daoist child of the sect and had some methods to protect himself, it was not enough to fight against the loose demons. Even though he had the intention to pursue the little demoness and use her identity to seek a better future, he did not dare to risk his life for her and become enemies with the 4 loose demons. He already harbored enmity towards Ning Fan in the first place. It was just that he had to endure it for the sake of obtaining the map. He was not Ning Fan's friend anyway. Why should he get involved in this mess for Ning Fan? Yun Yomu sighed. Since He Shishio was unwilling to help, he had no choice but to help Ning Fan himself. Even though it was difficult for him to help Ning Fan with his current cultivation base, his life and death were already tied together with Ning Fan. It was impossible for him to watch Ning Fan die. At this moment, countless old monsters lowered their heads as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Some of them even began to have their own plans, wondering if they should help the Yellow Dragon clan to fight against Ning Fan and the Palace of Yuan. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the group of cultivators from the Yellow Dragon clan with 4 strong loose demons was almost able to suppress the Palace of Yuan. Today, the old Yuan sovereign was probably going to shed blood in the heaven primordial realm. Today, there might only be 9 sovereigns left among the 10 sovereigns of the demon world. Those who wanted to fish in troubled waters were naturally eager to take action. Ning Fan spread his spirit sense far and wide. Everyone's expression was captured in his eyes. No one thought that he could defeat the Yellow Dragon clan. No one thought that he could fight against the 4 loose demons. Even if it was Tan Zixin who personally gave the fish to Ning Fan, she did not have any confidence at all. Immortal grade spirit iron, dragon suppressing spirit iron. Tan Zixin wasn't sure how powerful it was. Ever since Ning Fan obtained the Great Elder fishing technique, he was already deeply aware of its power. As long as the life immortal realm cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan did not come out, Ning Fan was confident that he could eliminate all the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan no matter how many of them there were. He would use today's battle to test the power of Taigong fishing. He would use today's battle to turn the Yellow Dragon cultivators into rivers of blood. Ning Fan's eyes flickered with cold light. He walked forward step by step, passing the 2 ladies and Li Long. I alone am enough for this battle. You don't have to do anything. Step by step, he walked toward the yellow dragon cultivators and stopped 100,000 zhang away. The expressions of old Yuan Emperor, Li Long, Tan Zixin, the little demoness, and Hua Yu changed. Every single person who heard Ning Fan's words that were close to arrogance changed their expressions. They really wanted to know what kind of ability Ning Fan had that made him dare to say such a thing. He wanted to fight against the group of dragons alone. Old ancestor Cheng Zhao's eyes turned extremely gloomy. He initially thought that the group of cultivators from the Origin Palace who dared to go against the Yellow Dragon clan were already considered arrogant. Unexpectedly, Ning Fan was even more arrogant and wanted to fight all of them alone. He had lived for nearly 100,000 years. It was his first time being looked down upon by a junior who was at the level of the Broken Realm. This old man has really opened my eyes today. There are really a lot of people in the lower world who have guts but no brains. Commander Su, go and kill this brat. As soon as old ancestor Cheng Xiao gave the order, a red-horned burly man immediately walked out of the formation and walked toward Ning Fan. He had the strength of a Broken Realm expert. From old ancestor Cheng Xiao's point of view, sending Commander Su to kill Ning Fan was enough. Are you Bai Mu? You're just SOSO. How dare you plot against the dragon son of my clan and speak such nonsense to the demon cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan? Today, I will teach you a lesson and let you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Commander Su's ferocious smile was still hanging on his face. All of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks and his expression froze forever. A ray of cold golden sword light flashed across the sky like a cold star that cut across the universe. That cold light slashed down from Commander Su's head. At the next moment, he was split into two halves from the middle. Even his demon soul was killed. A single sword strike. At this moment, Ning Fan held a golden sword in his hand and pointed it at Commander Su's corpse. He only needed to use a ray of sword light to kill this person with Emperor Xia's sword. Who else wants to die? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with red light. At this moment, his baleful qi spread across the entire city and dyed the sky of the Tian Yuan continent red. How dare you? How dare you kill my younger brother? One of the commanders at the Broken Realm roared and charged at Ning Fan furiously. Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into black robes. He raised his hand and extracted the soul, shattering the hollow space. At this moment, his aura force rose to the Broken Realm. He held the sword in his right hand and formed a hand seal with his left hand. Silver light shone from the heavens. Suddenly, 4 huge silver vortexes appeared in front, behind, and to the left of the third commander. Each of the 4 silver vortexes shot out silver light from the heavens and connected with each other like a cross. The commander was caught off guard. His body was penetrated by the silver light that came from all directions. Even though he was not injured, he was pinned at the intersection of the silver light. This was one of the techniques of the whirlpool technique. It was called intersecting whirlpool. With Ning Fan's whirlpool technique, it was not enough to trap the commander for too long. At most, it could only trap him for a moment. This moment was already enough. He tapped the tip of his foot and his body turned into a ray of cold sword light that flashed across the sky. He became one with his sword and pierced through the physical body of the commander, piercing his demon soul into Emperor Xia's sword. A cultivator at the Broken Realm was killed with a single sword strike. The intersecting whirlpool and the cold star sword. This young man isn't an ordinary Broken Realm cultivator. But so what? All of you attack together and tear him into a million pieces. Old ancestor Cheng Xiao was extremely furious. As soon as he gave the order, all the members of the Yellow Dragon clan that he brought with him this time except for the rogue demons charged at Ning Fan. Among them, there were a total of 37 Void Fragmentation Realm experts. The rest of them were at least at the Absolute Void Realm. Among the 37 Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators, there were 6 at the 6th realm and 10 at the 5th realm. With Bai Mu's strength, killing 3 Broken Realm cultivators is already his limit. 4 Broken Realm cultivators will definitely be a tough battle. 5 Broken Realm cultivators will definitely have no chance of winning. It's time for me to lend him a hand. Just as the old primitive emperor was about to attack, his expression suddenly changed. Just when everyone thought that it was impossible for Ning Fan to fight against cultivators at the 5th and 6th realm, he made his move. He kept his Emperor Xia's sword and took out a purple gold fishing rod. The fishing rod was 24 zhang long and there were 24 mysterious constellations carved on it. It shone with bright demonic light and suddenly turned into a purple gold snake spear. Moreover, there were traces of dragon-suppressing aura coming from the snake spear. Under the aura of the dragon-suppressing aura, all the demon cultivators including the 4 rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon clan were filled with fear. Dragon. Dragon suppressing. This is the Immortal Realm Spirit Augmentation Technique. It can instantly kill all dragon cultivators below the Life Immortal Realm. Not good. With this treasure in hand, this young man can kill all the weak members of the true dragon clan who have no Life Immortal Realm cultivators. Retreat quickly. Each of the experts of the Yellow Dragon clan who were charging at Ning Fan with a hideous smile instantly revealed a look of fear. 4 of them retreated. However, it was already too late for them to retreat now. As soon as Ning Fan activated his ability, the purple gold snake spear immediately grew to 1 million zhang long. The body of the spear became illusory. With a single move that could wipe out 1,000 armies, groups of experts of the Yellow Dragon clan were killed by the snake spear in the sky. Countless experts of the Yellow Dragon clan took out their defensive magic treasures and summoned their protective dragon scales. Even so, none of them could withstand the might of the spear at all. After the spear turned illusory, it could directly penetrate all defensive means without damaging any magic treasures. It could only kill dragon cultivators. Roar, 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 horrifying dragon roars resounded in the sky, lingering in everyone's ears. In just a single exchange, all the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon clan were killed except for the 4 rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon clan. Dragon. Dragon suppressing technique. How could he possibly have such a technique? Old ancestor Cheng Zhao's eyes narrowed. A feeling of certain death rose in his heart. Without hesitation, he took out a small green shield and placed it in front of him. At the next moment, a purple gold illusory spear light pierced through the small shield and penetrated his dantian. With just a single strike, his dantian was pierced through and his demon soul was penetrated. Ning Fan wielded the purple gold snake spear and nailed old ancestor Cheng Zhao to death in the sky. For a moment, the entire Tianyuan city fell into dead silence. As for the other 3 rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon clan, they turned around and fled in terror. As for the cultivators of the Dragon clan who were below the Life Immortal Realm, becoming enemies with a cultivator who possessed a dragon-suppressing treasure was no different from courting death. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a Battle Cloud talisman. Then, he stuck it on his chest. In an instant, his speed became slightly faster than the 3 rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon clan and he chased after them. Seeing Ning Fan's heaven-defying speed, the 3 rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon clan immediately felt their souls leaving their bodies. Chapter 654. How could the 3 Yellow Dragon loose demons imagine that Ning Fan actually had an immortal talisman in his hand, which allowed him to increase his speed to that of a loose immortal in an instant? However, he saw 3 loose demons and 4 escaping. In an instant, they had already disappeared. Ning Fan held the purple golden snake spear and chased after them with the help of the immortal talisman. The cultivators in the dragon raising pond were dead silent. They had guessed the ending, but not the result. Everyone thought that Ning Fan would not be able to escape death. All of them thought that the Hall of Origin would be in grave danger today. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? Suppressing Dragon, Ning Fan actually had a dragon-suppressing treasure which allowed him to slaughter hundreds of experts of the Yellow Dragon realm all by himself. Moreover, he even killed old ancestor Qing Shao with a single strike of his spear. As such, he took out an immortal talisman and chased after the 3 rogue demons. In the demon realm, when had there ever been a scene where 3 loose demons were being hunted down, old ancestor Bai Mu chased 3 rogue demons with his soul destruction cultivation base. This, the dragon-suppressing treasure, the dragon-suppressing treasure. Sigh, if it wasn't for the fact that life immortal and true immortal experts couldn't descend to the lower world, I'm afraid many almighty experts would be more than happy to descend to the lower world to seize this dragon-suppressing treasure. AI, for Patriarch Bai Mu to possess such a treasure, he really is someone blessed with great fortune. It would be fine if the ones dealing with him were other demon cultivators from the upper realm. However, if it's the cultivators from the dragon clan, no matter how many loose demons there are, they won't be enough for him to kill. Each of the old monsters gradually began to sigh with emotion. Their reverence towards Ning Fan instantly rose to an extremely high level. The old Fox Emperor and the old Crimson Emperor were regretting their decision. If they knew that Ning Fan had the dragon-suppressing treasure and was not afraid of the Yellow Dragon loose demons, they would certainly have stood up for him like the old Yuan Emperor and tried to befriend him. Unfortunately, they did not make the right choice and lost the best opportunity to befriend him. It's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but it's hard to provide charcoal in snowy weather. For example, the old Yuan Emperor who stood out at the most critical moment of Ning Fan's life would certainly gain Ning Fan's goodwill. Old Monster Tan, did you bet the entire Yuan Palace to protect Bai Mu because you knew this would happen? The old Crimson Emperor smiled bitterly. Sigh. How would I know that this would happen? Dragon-suppressing treasure, the old primitive emperor looked at Tan Zixin with a sigh. He had found the dragon-subduing spirit iron when he was young, but the spirit iron itself was too polluted and could not be used for spirit attachment. Even when he was old, the spirit iron had not been put to any use. In the end, it had been given to his granddaughter, Tan Zixin, as a birthday present. Tan Zixin loves smithing, right? I'll just give this useless spiritual metal to her to play with. Who would have thought that Tan Zixin could remove the turbid qi from the spirit iron and attach it to the fishing rod? Sigh, Zixin made a dragon-suppressing treasure, but she didn't give it to her own grandpa, but to Bai Mu, a grown girl can't be kept at home. Seeing that Ning Fan was no longer in danger, Tan Zixin heaved a sigh of relief. When she saw how the Taigong fishing net that she made was so helpful to Ning Fan, she could not help but feel a sense of sweetness in her heart. The reason why she made the fishing rod for Ning Fan was because she wanted him to fish up the yin-yang dragons to treat the old Yuan Emperor's injuries. However, at this moment, she felt that it would be a good thing if the Taigong fishing net she made could protect Ning Fan from harm. This little girl is really generous to little Fan Fan. The little demoness curled her lips, feeling a sense of loss and gain for no reason. When Ning Fan took out his dragon-suppressing treasure and went on a killing spree, she was truly shocked. When she saw that Ning Fan was out of danger, she was truly relieved. When she realized that she did not help Ning Fan at all, but Tan Zixin helped him a lot, the little demoness felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. It was as if her little Fan Fan had been snatched away by another woman. Was I too immersed in acting as little Fan Fan's Dao companion, to think that I would be jealous because of him? The little demoness shook her head, dispelling the negative emotions in her heart, revealing her usual black-bellied eyes once again. I am the successor of the divine void realm, and he is the successor of the ancient chaos realm. According to the primogenitor's order, I can only pester him for a lifetime, but I can't fall in love with him. She seemed to have found her own position again, giggling. Little Fan Fan is really a master who attracts bees and butterflies. She turned her head and ordered Li Long, who was dumbfounded at the side, keep those things. Your master's favorite thing to do is to kill people and seize their treasures. I left in a hurry just now, so I didn't have the time to keep these treasures. You have to help him keep them well. The little demoness pointed her finger at the sky. In the sky, the corpses and demon blood of the cultivators of the Yellow Dragon tribe who were killed by Ning Fan kept falling from the sky. As Ning Fan was in a hurry, he did not even have the time to collect the spoils of war. At this moment, many of the old monsters regained their senses, staring at the countless spoils of war with greedy and fiery eyes. Be it the storage pouches, demon corpses or demon blood, all of them were good things that were hard to come by. Many of the old monsters were ready to make a move and fight for them. Ah, thank you for reminding me, mistress. I will help my master collect the treasures now. Li Long regained his senses and rose into the sky without saying a word, collecting all the storage pouches, demon corpses and demon blood that were falling from the sky. His eyes were filled with ferocity, as if he would attack anyone who dared to snatch Ning Fan's spoils of war. He was a dignified seventh breaking realm cultivator. Naturally, no one would dare to snatch Ning Fan's spoils of war under his nose. My master has gone to hunt down 3 rogue demons. I wonder when he will return. Li Long muttered to himself while keeping the treasures. His eyes gradually lit up with excitement. His master was currently hunting down 3 loose demons. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. His admiration towards Ning Fan grew stronger. The 3 rogue demons of the Yellow Dragon tribe fled to the north, out of the Tian Yuan continent. Ning Fan went all the way to the north, chasing after them with all his might. He did not want to let any of them go. Since he had already become enemies with the Yellow Dragon tribe, he naturally had to kill all the rogue demons in the tribe. It was not that he had never thought of taking the 3 rogue demons as his slaves. It was just that it was not feasible. When he killed old ancestor Qing Xiao just now, he sensed that someone had planted a demon seal in his body. It seemed to be done by a life-immortal realm cultivator of the Yellow Dragon tribe. Ning Fan guessed that the 3 rogue demons in front of him were probably also planted with a demon seal by that life-immortal realm cultivator. Their lives were in the hands of that life-immortal realm cultivator and they could no longer be Ning Fan's slaves. As such, Ning Fan could only carry the determination to kill the 3 of them. He chased after them all the way and swore to eliminate them. How can this Bai Mu's speed be so fast? The hearts of the 3 rogue demons gradually sank. Just as they were considering if it was necessary for them to split up and flee, a ray of golden-purple light suddenly pierced through the air from behind and nailed one of them to the sky. The other 2 rogue demons who were lucky enough to survive felt even more terrified. Without any hesitation, they split up and fled in different directions, one to the east and the other to the west. Ning Fan chased after them along the way and casually kept the corpse of the rogue demon into his storage pouch. His eyes were filled with disdain. Do you think you can escape? Die. He raised his golden-purple snake spear once again and thrust it towards the west from a distance. The purple light instantly pierced through 1,000,000 li and killed the rogue demon who was fleeing to the west. After that, Ning Fan kept the demon's corpse in storage pouch and chased after them all the way to the east. Even old monster Yen has been killed. Hearing the blood-curdling screams coming from the west, the fear in the hearts of the rogue demons who were fleeing to the east increased. Ning Fan's dragon-suppressing treasure was really too terrifying. Ordinary cultivators of the dragon clan did not have any ability to resist such a magic treasure at all. This was the reason why countless old monsters of the 4 heavens yearned for the dragon-suppressing spiritual iron during the realm war. If they have the dragon-suppressing treasure, they would almost certainly win against the cultivators of the 10,000 true dragon clans who were at the same level as them during the realm war. During the realm war, the old monsters of the true dragon clan would usually kill the cultivators who possessed the dragon-suppressing treasure first to avoid the casualties of their clans. After witnessing Ning Fan's incredible dragon-slaying speed and witnessing the death of the other 3 rogue demons, the last rogue demon did not have the courage to fight back at all. When he saw Ning Fan catching up to him again, he felt despair. He knew that he could no longer escape from Ning Fan. The life immortal of his clan had already planted a demon seal on him. Thus, he could no longer recognize Ning Fan as his master to protect his life. He knew that he no longer had a chance to survive other than fighting Ning Fan with his life. Fine. Fine. Since I can't escape death, I will perish together with you. The white hair of the rogue demon danced wildly in the air. He performed hand seals with all 10 of his fingers, and the dragon horns on his head shone with a strange blood-red light. He knew that he would not be able to escape death. Thus, at the cost of his own life, he displayed an immortal technique in an attempt to perish together with Ning Fan. Immortal technique, Bloodthirsty Dragon. The rogue demon's face was filled with madness. He glared at Ning Fan with extreme hatred. With a shake of his body, he turned into a 50,000 zhang large dragon. His body was surrounded by blood-red light. He suddenly opened his dragon mouth and spurted out billions of rays of blood-red light. In an instant, all living beings in the sea domain within 10 million li were annihilated. The billions of rays of blood-red light gathered towards Ning Fan, as if they wanted to melt him into a pool of blood. Within the blood-red light, all the spatial zones were sealed, making it impossible for him to escape into the small kiliacosm. After displaying this technique, the eyes of the giant dragon gradually became blank. He was not far from death. Then, he withdrew his dragon form and fell towards the sea domain below. Bai Mu. I want to see you die under this technique with my own eyes. He tried his best to maintain his last trace of consciousness. His eyes were bloodshot. He would only be satisfied after seeing Ning Fan die under this technique with his own eyes. He did not believe that Ning Fan, who was just at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, could withstand his life-risking technique. Immortal technique, huh? This technique isn't something that I can withstand. However, I can protect myself with this talisman. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out 2 pieces of immortal commanding talisman. He then placed them on his chest. All of a sudden, 2 layers of immortal power rose around his body, blocking all of the blood-red light outside the light barrier. When 70% of the power of the blood-red light was used up, the first layer of the light barrier was gradually penetrated by the blood-red light. In the end, the remaining blood-red light failed to penetrate the second layer of the light barrier and did not hurt Ning Fan at all. A single piece of immortal commanding talisman was enough to withstand an attack from a rogue immortal. Even if it was a desperate attack from a rogue demon, it would not be able to penetrate 2 layers of immortal power. Die! Ning Fan raised his purple-golden snake spear and pierced it towards the rogue demon. However, a purple light flashed and the rogue demon was already pinned to death in the sky. He actually has so many immortal talismans in his hands. The rogue demon breathed his last and died with his eyes wide open. Ning Fan kept his storage pouch and corpse. Then, he stopped using the incarnation technique and soul extracting technique. He turned the snake spear back into the form of a fishing rod and found a demon island nearby to recover his magic power. Even though the Taigong fishing technique was powerful, it consumed a lot of magic power. At this moment, Ning Fan had killed 4 rogue demons, 39 void fragmentation realm cultivators and hundreds of absolute void realm cultivators. His magic power was almost depleted. It took him a whole day to recover his magic power. One day later, Ning Fan returned to Tianyuan City. The dragon fishing convention had naturally come to an end. However, the cultivators in the city did not leave. They were still waiting for Ning Fan's return. They really wanted to know the result of Ning Fan's pursuit of the 3 rogue demons. When they saw Ning Fan return unscathed and the terrifying baleful chi on his body, they knew that Ning Fan had successfully killed all the yellow dragons and rogue demons. At this moment, Ning Fan's baleful chi was so strong that it was enough to move all the rogue demons. As he walked into Tianyuan City step by step, no one actually dared to stand within 10,000 zhang of him. None of them dared to meet Ning Fan's eyes, which were filled with baleful chi. After killing 4 rogue demons in a row, Ning Fan's baleful qi had increased tremendously. He still could not retract it into his body within a short period of time. Then, he returned to the Demon River Palace. Little Demonis, Tan Zixin and Hua Yu were waiting for his return. As for Li Long, the moment Ning Fan returned, he offered all the spoils of war that Ning Fan did not take away that day to him. All of you can go and have a rest. I need to go into seclusion for another day. Miss Zixin, please return to the Origin Palace and wait for me. I will head to the Origin Palace one day later to treat the old primitive emperor's injuries. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan smiled gratefully at everyone and returned to his room. He sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing and gradually retracted the baleful qi into his body. Master must have already killed all the 3 rogue demons who escaped. The baleful qi in his eyes is so strong. It's not something I can withstand. Li Long only made eye contact with Ning Fan for a moment and his qi instantly became chaotic. Even his Dao heart was tainted by his baleful qi. The baleful qi that Ning Fan used to kill the 4 rogue demons was extremely strong. How could he withstand it? Seeing that Ning Fan had returned unscathed, Little Demonis, Tan Zixin and Hua Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Li Long was the first to leave. He needed to go into seclusion immediately to erase the taint of baleful qi on his Dao heart. This taint was unintentionally planted by Ning Fan's consciousness. It was not difficult to erase it. Tan Zixin bid farewell and left. She wanted to return to the Origin Palace to make some preparations. After another day, Ning Fan would need to treat the old primitive emperor's injuries. Hua Yu also left on her own. She wanted to tell the other female cultivators of the Light Feather clan that Ning Fan was safe and sound. Eventually, Little Demonis was the only one left in the main hall. She sent a message transmitting flying sword towards He Shirshio's direction. There was only one sentence in her voice. Half a year later, I'll retrieve the immortal burning diagram. Her tone was very distant. She did not have a good impression of He Shirshio at all. Ning Fan was probably the only man who could leave a good impression on her. 3 days later, the appearance-changing pill will completely lose its effect. It's time to return to the Rain World. After an entire day, Ning Fan finally managed to suppress the baleful qi that he obtained after killing the 4 rogue demons. His eyes gradually became clear and he began to organize all the spoils of war that he obtained this time. There were more than 200 storage pouches. Most of them belonged to Absolute Void Stage cultivators, 39 of them belonged to Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators and 4 of them belonged to rogue demons. There were a total of 50 billion immortal jade. All of them were immortal jade that could only be found in the storage pouches of Absolute Void Stage cultivators. In the demon spirit land of the upper world, the main currency was Dao crystals. There were not many immortal jade. Unfortunately, the cultivation bases of the 39 Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators were not high. All of them could still absorb the Dao crystals to advance to the next level. Therefore, the remaining Dao crystals that they had were not many. Just like Cheng Huang, he had just broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm and used up all of his Dao crystals. Thus, his storage pouch was very poor. Ning Fan did not care about it at all. In these 200-plus storage pouches, there were a total of 2.7 million Dao crystals. Most of them belonged to the 4 rogue demons. Since the 4 rogue demons had cultivated to such a level, they no longer needed to absorb the power of the Dao crystals. Thus, there were a lot of them left. This made Ning Fan's eyes brighten. Together with these Dao crystals, he already had 3.22 million Dao crystals, which was equivalent to 16 trillion immortal jade. Of course, Ning Fan would not exchange the Dao crystals for immortal jade. That was something only a fool would do. If he has enough time in the future, he would refine all of the Dao crystals in one go to increase his cultivation base. All of the 4 rogue demons had decent cultivation methods which could allow them to cultivate the yellow dragon bloodline. To Ning Fan, who possessed the Fu Li demon bloodline, these cultivation methods were naturally not attractive at all. However, if he gives them to Li Long, it would be quite beneficial. He pointed a finger at those cultivation methods and displayed the vortex space technique, directly transferring them to Li Long. This was also one of the great uses of the vortex space technique. Apart from that, the 4 rogue demons each cultivated an immortal technique. All of them required the yellow dragon bloodline to activate the power of their abilities. Among them was the bloodthirsty dragon technique. Ning Fan did not plan to cultivate these 4 immortal techniques. Thus, he gave them to Li Long. Other than the Dao crystals, what tempted Ning Fan a little was the harvest of pills. After killing so many void fragmentation realm and rogue demons, he naturally obtained a lot of pills that could improve his cultivation base. What made Ning Fan the most was that there was actually a low-grade 8th revolution pill in old ancestor Qing Zhao's storage pouch. Demon Divine Pill. This pill was a type of healing pill that specialized in treating injuries on the demon soul and primordial spirit. I can keep this pill for little Yu'er. Ning Fan smiled in satisfaction. After sorting out the harvest in his storage pouch, Ning Fan began to sort out the large number of demon corpses and demon blood. All of the demon blood was stored in the Xian Wei blood gourd to brew blood wine. There were so many experts' blood and there were even 4 rogue demons among them. If the blood wine is successfully brewed, it would probably be enough to improve his cultivation base. However, the grade of the raw materials used to brew the blood wine this time was higher. Thus, the time needed to brew the wine would naturally not be short. It would take at least 100 years. How should I deal with these demon corpses? Most of the demon corpses were damaged. Otherwise, they could be sold for a good price and be used by others to possess others. If Ning Fan devours them, the amount of magic power he could gain from these demon corpses was very limited. Ning Fan could not help but think about the matter of finding a female corpse for little Yu'er. Until now, he still had no clue about this matter and he did not know where to look for it. While he was pondering, a low cry suddenly came from the cauldron ring. Shriek! It was Nieli's voice. She seemed to really want these damaged demon corpses. Ning Fan's eyes involuntarily lit up. Does Nieli want to absorb the demon power within these corpses? If that's the case, I'll just let her devour them. However, I have to deal with these corpses first. Otherwise, it will be too disgusting if Nieli devours them. Ning Fan himself had done something like eating a corpse raw before. However, he was not willing to let his demon pet do the same thing. He took out several broken corpses and mixed them with spirit herbs, casually condensing them into blood-red pills. He only extracted the essence of the corpses and removed all the impurities. After that, Ning Fan entered the cauldron world and gave Nieli 200 blood-red pills to consume. These pills contained the essence of the physical bodies of 39 void fragmentation realm experts and 4 rogue demons. After Nieli consumed all of the pills, her purple eyes glowed with a faint light. She began to circulate a secret technique to absorb the power of these pills. She slowly lay on the ground and a gigantic purple-black demon cocoon gradually formed around her body. She was actually going to advance to the next level. She was going to break through to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. After all, her cultivation base would naturally improve tremendously after devouring the physical bodies of 4 rogue demons. Shriek! She let out a low cry filled with gratitude towards Ning Fan. Oh! So Nieli needs to devour the corpses of demon beasts in order to advance to the next level? Ning Fan muttered to himself in hindsight. If that's the case, I'll just refine the corpses of my enemies into pills and feed them to Nieli in the future. To Ning Fan, the improvement of Nieli's strength was naturally a good thing. Other than Li Long, there was no other demon servant that was more trustworthy than Nieli. With my current strength, Moksha Sovereign is no longer a threat to me. Ning Fan smiled and left the Cauldron World and the temporary residence, heading straight to the palace of Yuan. Today, he would treat the old Yuan sovereign's injuries. Then, he would leave the demon world and return to the rain world. Of course, he did not forget about buying primordial clear pills from the palace of Yuan. However, at this moment, treating the old Yuan sovereign's injuries was his top priority. That was why he bought the primordial clear pills before he left. His traveling light flew across Tianyuan City. The cultivators in the city avoided him like a tiger or a wolf, not daring to have any contact with him. After the great battle with the Yellow Dragon clan, Bai Mu's fearsome name had shaken the entire demon world. Everyone was afraid of him. In a certain temporary residence, He Shishio sensed Ning Fan's traveling light flying across the sky. He clenched his fists tightly and sighed. Is this the reason why Xiao Qianxi took a fancy to Bai Mu? He has the dragon-suppressing treasure which allowed him to slaughter all the dragons of the Yellow Dragon clan. It's not like he doesn't have any other trump cards that could easily kill me. I can't afford to offend him. He Shishio closed his eyes in a dispirited manner. He could no longer bring out his pride in front of Ning Fan. Half a year later, the immortal seeking map. Half a year, He Shishio turned around and said to Gong Yangzi, Xian Hua, and Yunyu. You guys return to your own worlds first. I'll see you in the rain world half a year later. In the ape palace of the Eastern Demon Sea. The ape sovereign was holding a piece of information in his hand. His face was pale and red. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. As for his good disciple, Yuan Tong, his face was already as pale as dead ash. He kept muttering something under his breath. Bai Mu can actually kill a rogue demon. Bai Mu can actually kill a rogue demon. In the Yellow Dragon clan in the demon spirit land of the upper world, in the territory of the 10,000 true dragon clans. The old ancestor of the life immortal realm who was in charge of the Yellow Dragon clan looked at the shattered life tablets of the experts in the clan's temple. His face was filled with fear. He was scared out of his wits. The cultivators that were sent to the lower world this time consisted of 4 rogue demons, 39 void fragmentation realm cultivators and more than 200 absolute void stage cultivators. However, all of them were killed by a single person. The tablet of Dragon's resentment was engraved with the words Bai Mu. Could this Bai Mu be a life immortal realm cultivator? It's fine that he killed Cheng Huang, but he actually killed 4 rogue demons. He was a life immortal realm cultivator. Unless his true body suppressed his cultivation base, he would not be able to descend to the lower world. If he suppresses his cultivation base, he could only suppress it to the rogue demon realm at most. Thus, he did not dare to provoke this Bai Mu. He did not continue to send rogue demons to kill Bai Mu. There were originally 7 rogue demons in the Yellow Dragon clan. After 4 of them died, there were only 3 of them left. If the remaining 3 of them were to die as well, the Yellow Dragon clan's vitality would be greatly damaged. If he also went to the lower world and died as well, it would be even worse. Old ancestor, this Bai Mu has killed so many cultivators of our Yellow Dragon clan. We must avenge him. One of the rogue demons said angrily. Send a spirit-severing realm demon general who is eloquent to the demon world to find out where the people of the Yellow Dragon clan died and condemn the forces here. Condemn? Aren't we going to hunt them down? Another rogue demon said in surprise. Hunt them down? Are you going or should I suppress my cultivation base and go? That Bai Mu can easily kill 4 rogue demons. Do you dare to go? Anyway, I don't dare to go. If you dare to go, I won't stop you. Old ancestor life immortal harumphed coldly. The expressions of the 3 rogue demons changed immediately. They all lowered their heads and dared not question their old ancestor anymore. Similarly, they did not dare to go after Bai Mu. Who was Bai Mu? He killed 4 rogue demons and all the members of the Yellow Dragon clan who went to the lower world. The tablet of Dragon's resentment was engraved with Bai Mu's name. Bai Mu, Bai Mu, Bai Mu, this was a malefic star that the Yellow Dragon clan could not afford to offend. Let's send someone to condemn him. It's good to condemn him. It won't trouble the people and it won't hurt the wealth. Hee. However, everyone understood that condemnation was useless in the face of a ferocious devil like Bai Mu. In the demon world, Tianyuan continent, Tianyuan city, outside the Origin Palace. As soon as Ning Fan descended, Great Elder Zhou Nan and a group of cultivators from the Origin Palace came to welcome him. Each of the Void Fragmentation Realm experts looked at Ning Fan with eyes filled with deep respect. They knew that Ning Fan was a ruthless man who had killed 4 rogue demons in a row. Hee. Fellow Daoist Bai Mu is finally here. The old Origin Emperor has been waiting for you in the Heart-Nurturing Palace for a long time. The old Origin Emperor has told me that if fellow Daoist comes, you can directly go to the Heart-Nurturing Palace. Although Zhou Nan was smiling, his eyes were filled with respect. Even though Ning Fan had slightly suppressed the baleful qi that he had just obtained, Zhou Nan could still sense a bloody qi from Ning Fan's body. When he thought that the baleful qi was left behind by the 4 rogue demons, Zhou Nan naturally could not remain calm. Chapter 655. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhou Nan, Ning Fan entered the Hall of Origin alone. Naturally, no one stopped him along the way. Walking past the pavilions, he slowly made his way to the Mental Nurturing Palace. His pace was not fast as he recalled his gains from this trip to the Demon Realm. Dragon Soul and Dragon Pearl, Tao Comprehension of Life and Death, Divine Sense Enhancement, Tai Gong Fishing in the Corpse of the Whitewood Green Yang Body, Azure Sun. I've finally found the second Yang Spirit of the Steel of Sun and Moon. If I have enough time, I can devour the Steel of Sun and Moon to upgrade the profound Yin world and increase the might of the Steel of Sun and Moon. Ning Fan's body was still under the Immortal Realm seal, which contained the Purple Sun force of the 3 realms sect masters. Unless Ning Fan completely understood the meaning of life and death, he would not be able to break this seal and he would not be able to absorb the power of the Purple Sun for the time being. However, one day, he would be able to devour the power of the Purple Sun at will. The second Yang had been found. As for the second Yin, at the moment, Luo Yu was the only candidate. If the second Yang and the second Yin were gathered, the Steel of Sun and Moon would be able to unleash a Life Immortal's attack. The attack of a Life Immortal was as powerful as a real immortal art. Rogue immortals might be able to withstand it, but no one below the 9 Shattering Realm would be able to withstand the attack of a Life Immortal. Of course, if someone also had a trump card like the Rain Emperor's Celestial Commanding Talisman, then it would be a different story. After reaching the Void Fragmentation Realm, a single Steel of Sun and Moon was not enough to suppress all the cultivators at the same cultivation level. Although the Steel of Sun and Moon can be used as a trump card, it's just a foreign object after all. No matter how powerful the Tai Gong Fishing is, it's only useful for demonic dragons. I need some time to refine all the pills, Tao crystals and opportunities in my hands. My cultivation base still needs to be improved. The Yangxin Palace Hall was already right in front of them. Tan Zixin was eagerly waiting for Ning Fan's arrival outside the hall. When she saw Ning Fan, who was dressed in white robes, slowly walking towards her, Tan Zixin's breathing suddenly stagnated. It was as if her heart was being grabbed by an invisible hand. Her face was slightly hot. She had never experienced such a feeling since she started cultivating. Until she met Ning Fan, Senior Bai Mu, you're here. Tan Zixin concealed her panic and embarrassment very well, trying her best to appear calm. However, how could she hide her subtle expression from Ning Fan? When Ning Fan recalled the scene where she stood in front of him resolutely, he let out a soft sigh. How could he not know that this woman had fallen in love with him? Ever since he started cultivating, he had never deliberately pursued a woman, but there were many women who were moved by him. Furthermore, he had not returned home for a long time. Unknowingly, he had let many people down. The Taigong fishing you refined is very good, it's very helpful to me. Thank you for stepping forward that day. Ning Fan approached and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Tan Zixin immediately lowered her head and said softly, "You don't have to thank me. You pay me immortal jades, I refine a fishing rod for you, it's only right and proper. You saved my grandpa, so it's only natural for me to help you. If you really want to thank me, then protect yourself and don't provoke a colossus like the Yellow Dragon clan anymore. I have a lot of enemies and I've already provoked them. There are countless of them that are stronger than the Yellow Dragon clan. Let's not talk about this. Is Senior Tan in the hall? An elder is waiting for you in the hall. Senior Bai Mu, can Zixin ask you a question? Sure. I heard from Grandpa that you will most likely leave Tian Yuan after treating him. Where are you going? Back to the White Feather Demon Sea. Actually, you can consider staying in the Origin Hall. Really? I'm going to a place that's very far away from the demon world. I'm not a cultivator of the demon world, so I'll have to leave eventually. I won't hide this secret from you. What? Senior isn't a cultivator of the demon world. Senior will leave the demon world. Tan Zixin's bright eyes suddenly trembled and her heart felt empty. She originally thought that Ning Fan was a cultivator of the demon world. Even if he left Tian Yuan, he would still be in the demon world and they would meet again. However, she did not expect that Ning Fan would be honest with her and admit that he was not a cultivator of the demon world. Then, Ning Fan was really not old ancestor Bai Mu of the White Feather clan, because he had already said that he was not a cultivator of the demon world. Then, who is Ning Fan's real identity? I actually don't even know who he is. Tan Zixin bit her lips and her expression suddenly became a little sour and self-deprecating. If Ning Fan leaves this time, she wouldn't even know his real identity, let alone where he would go. Then, she would really never see him again. What she said made Ning Fan sigh even more deeply in his heart. Before I leave, I will tell you my real identity. Ning Fan said indifferently. Currently, he still had countless affairs to attend to. It was impossible for him to stay in the demon world and he could not give Tan Zixin any comfort. Perhaps, the only thing he could do was to tell her his real identity. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan stepped into the Yang Xian palace. Outside the palace, Tan Zixin's eyes were suddenly filled with anticipation. Before he leaves, he will tell her his real identity, that's good. If she knows who he is, there will be a day when they meet again. I heard what you said to Zixin, young friend. Actually, you can consider bringing Zixin back to the Rain world. I don't have any objections. In the Yang Xian palace, the old primitive emperor, Tan Tianyen, sighed. He had already seen the affection his granddaughter had for Ning Fan. Thus, he naturally wanted to matchmake them. It's good for her to stay here. Her family is here and she won't be lonely. If she goes to the Rain world, she can only wait. I won't stay in the Rain world for too long. I've been busy my whole life and rarely have any time to rest. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. So what if he took Tan Zixin away? She would only be left with endless waiting. Since that was the case, it was better to wait in the demon realm. There would always be family around, so they wouldn't be lonely, right? Let's not talk about this anymore. I have already brought the Yin Yang Dragon Pearl, and it can immediately help Senior heal. May I know where Senior wishes to heal? When the Yin and Yang of the demon soul fuses together, it will produce a huge wave. It's best to heal yourself in a place where there's no one around. You don't have to worry about hurting others. Ning Fan advised. This old man has already thought of your concerns. Let's recuperate in this treasure. As soon as the old Yuan emperor finished speaking, he took out a silver pearl from his sleeve. The bead was only an inch in diameter, and it was engraved with mysterious patterns. Even though it was lying quietly in the palm of the old primitive emperor, it was still emitting a strong force of heavenly cave. Superior grotto heaven treasure. No, that's not right, this treasure contains more than one high-grade grotto heaven. Ning Fan, who cultivated the whirlpool spatial technique, had a keen sense towards the power of his heavenly dwelling. With just a single glance, he could tell that this small silver pearl was extraordinary. Hee, little friend, you have good eyesight. Even I and the other two rogue demons of the demon world couldn't see the power of this treasure from its surface. Just like what little friend said, this is a superior grotto heaven treasure called the Heavenly Abode Pearl. However, it doesn't contain just one high-grade grotto heaven, but an infinite number of them. Little friend, you seem to have cultivated a powerful spatial technique, right? Tan Tianyen recalled the whirlpool spatial technique that Ning Fan displayed the other day and asked with a smile. Yes. Ning Fan didn't need to deny it. This pearl originally contained the Tao of life and death, but this Tao has been taken away by me. To me, this treasure is just a dispensable magical treasure. However, it might be of great use to little friend. After you're done recuperating, you'll have to leave the demon world. I don't have many good friends in my life, but I happen to have a kindred spirit with you. Before I leave, I'd like to give this pearl to you. I hope you won't reject it. Tan Tianyen's eyes were filled with sincerity. He had always been straightforward in his actions. He would treat anyone he found pleasing to his eyes, even if that person was just a mortal. If he disliked someone, even if that person was a demon cultivator from the demon world, he would also dare to disobey him. This pearl wasn't as useless to him as he said. However, he had heard that Ning Fan had bought some high-grade heavenly abode treasures when he arrived at Tianyuan City. Tan Tianyen guessed that Ning Fan's spatial ability could only be cultivated by devouring the power of a high-grade heavenly abode. It was hard to obtain a high-grade heavenly abode. It would take too much time to search for them one by one. This heavenly abode pearl of his contained an infinite heavenly abode. This treasure alone was probably enough for him to cultivate his spatial ability to a higher realm. Ning Fan stared at the heavenly abode pearl with a burning gaze. Infinite heavenly abode. This treasure was really mysterious. It could actually nurture an infinite heavenly abode. Although the value of this treasure wasn't as great as a small Kiliacosm Cosmos treasure, it wasn't too far off. This treasure is indeed of great use to me. Therefore, I won't reject it with empty words. After I'm done recuperating, I'll accept this pearl, but I won't accept it for free. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Ning Fan paused and took out a blank jade slip. He closed his eyes and imprinted something on it with his spirit sense. Then, he passed it to Tan Tianyen. I'll give the secret technique recorded in this jade slip to Senior as a gift. Senior, please don't reject it. Just accept it. Tan Tianyen was very curious. He really wanted to know what Ning Fan had engraved in the jade slip. Taking a look at the jade slip, Zhang Xian was astonished. This is the cultivation star cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is too precious. Little friend, please take it back. This old man cannot accept it. What Ning Fan gave to Tan Tianyen was the cold star secret record. How could Tan Tianyen not be shocked? Cultivation planet cultivation techniques were extremely rare, and only a few true spirit clans possessed them. Even if Tan Tianyen had the chance to become an immortal and ascend to the immortal realm, he might not have the chance to obtain the cultivation technique of the Yue clan. A life immortal was a demonic immortal. A true immortal was a sky demon. Unless he cultivated to the sky demon realm, the Yuanqi Great Clan would most likely not give him the star cultivation technique. Ning Fan gave him such a precious cultivation method without hesitation. How could he not be touched? Thus, in a moment of agitation, he refused to accept it. Just accept it. I can't just accept the heavenly abode pearl for free. Ning Fan said. Since he had obtained the inheritance of this cultivation technique, it was just a piece of cake for him to make a copy of it and give it to Tan Tianyen. If he returns to the rain world, he would make tens of copies of this cultivation technique and give it to those close to him to practice. Tan Tianyen was also a person whom he could befriend. Thus, it was not too much to give him a copy of this cultivation technique. Seeing that Ning Fan insisted on giving him the cultivation technique, Tan Tianyen let out a long sigh and kept the jade slip with great fondness. This cultivation star cultivation technique is really precious. I will pass this cultivation technique to Zixin. Tan Tianyen suddenly said. I originally wanted Senior to pass this cultivation technique to her. Let's end the idle talk here. Let's start healing. Tan Tianyen nodded his head after hearing Ning Fan's words. He kept the jade slip and activated his demon power to cast a demon art at the heavenly abode pearl. All of a sudden, the figures of the two of them flashed and vanished into thin air. They had entered the heavenly abode. Ning Fan and Tan Tianyen appeared on a barren land inside a high-grade heavenly abode. Outside this high-grade heavenly abode were countless other high-grade heavenly abode. There is always someone better out there. The reason why the infinite sky grottos were formed was because there was a real sky grottos within the infinite sky grottos. Through this real sky grottos, countless void grottos were formed. Unless I can find the only true heavenly abode in this infinite heavenly abode, I won't be able to leave this place easily. Ning Fan said with a solemn expression. Oh. Little friend actually saw through the method to break this treasure with a single glance. You're really amazing. Let's start healing. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the yin-yang dragon pearl, handing it over to Tan Tianyen. Tan Tianyen sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes in silence. Ning Fan stood behind Tan Tianyen with the yin-yang force that he borrowed from the yin-yang locket coiled around his fingers and pressed on Tan Tianyen's Baihui acupoint. Wisps of yin and yang energy flowed into Tan Tianyen's body, and his separated demon soul gradually merged back together. A day passed. Ning Fan withdrew his finger. His face was extremely pale. With his cultivation, he was far from being able to comprehend yin and yang, yet he forcefully borrowed the power of yin and yang to cast the technique for an entire day. Naturally, the burden on him was great. Tan Tianyen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as his turbid eyes flashed. With Ning Fan's help, his demon soul had achieved the initial stage of yin and yang integration. With the help of the yin-yang dragon pearl, his demon soul was restored to a flawless state. However, if he really wants to fully recover, he would still need to regulate his breathing for tens of years. This was not something that Ning Fan could help him with. Thank you. Tan Tianyen returned the yin-yang dragon pearl to Ning Fan. Then, he touched the heavenly dwelling pearl with his finger and both of them immediately left the heavenly dwelling space. As for the heavenly dwelling pearl, it was also given to Ning Fan after they left the heavenly dwelling space. Little friend, are you going to leave now? Before I leave, I want to buy some pills from Senior. I hope Senior won't reject me. Oh. What pills? You can just take them. Why do you need to buy them? I don't want to take advantage of the primordial palace. I need primordial clear pills. A large amount of primordial clear pills. I have 2 trillion immortal jade worth of spare money. I want to buy primordial clear pills with all of them. I wonder how many can I buy? Ning Fan asked. 2 trillion immortal jade. Tan Tianyen's eyes flashed with astonishment. He finally had a clear understanding of Ning Fan's wealth. After Ning Fan became famous, many of his deeds spread like wildfire. Tan Tianyen had once heard about the incident where Ning Fan spent 10 billion immortal jade to buy a fishing rod. At that time, he even guessed that Ning Fan probably had a lot of immortal jade. However, he didn't expect that there would be a lot of immortal jades. To such an extent, a demon palace guarded by the 5 Shatterers could only use a few trillion immortal jades. The amount of immortal jade that Ning Fan possessed was equivalent to all the immortal jade in an ordinary demon palace. Yuan Qing Dan is a low-grade 7th revolution pill. The cost of a single pill is around 10 billion. If it is sold, it would usually be sold for around 20 billion. If it was auctioned, the price would naturally be higher. If little friend insists on spending immortal jades to purchase the primary clarity pill, then you can purchase it at the cost price. 2 trillion immortal jade could buy 200 vitality clear elixirs. Currently, Hall of Yuan still had about 200 elixirs in stock. Let's sell them all to our little friend. Oh, that's right. Little friend is a high-grade 6th revolution pill master. In that case, this is the pill formula of the Origin Clear pill. Little friend, take it. As for the vital purging pill, you can purchase it from Zhou Nan. I will inform him to sell it to you for 10 billion. Tan Tianyan took out a scroll of pill recipe and passed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not reject it and kept it in his storage pouch. The pill recipe could also be engraved. If it is sold, it would naturally be extremely expensive. If it is engraved, the cost would be close to zero. After this farewell, I wonder when I will be able to see you again. Tan Tianyan sighed with emotion. Then, he sent a message-transmitting flying sword out of the heart-nurturing palace to inform Zhou Nan about the sale of the pill. I have already informed Zhou Nan. Little friend, you can go and find him. He will bring you to get the pill. Farewell. Ning Fan cupped his fists at Tan Tianyan and left. Outside the heart-nurturing palace, Tan Zixin was half lying on a green stone bench. She had actually fallen asleep due to exhaustion. There was a sweet smile on her lips. She seemed to believe that Ning Fan could cure her grandfather. Ning Fan took out a white feather blanket from his storage pouch and covered her body with it. Then, he turned around and left. After meeting Zhou Nan and purchasing the primary clarity pill, everything was settled. After returning to the Demon River Palace, Ning Fan and the little demoness decided on the date of their return. The date of their return would be tomorrow. The location of the Realm Gate would be an uninhabited sea area 100 million li away from the west of the Tian Yuan continent. At night, the night breeze on the Demon River was slightly chilly. Ning Fan took one last look at the Demon River and turned around to leave. Then, he sent a message-transmitting flying sword in the direction of the Origin Palace. Of course, it was meant for Tan Zixin. He just told her the location of their departure. That was all. At that time, the appearance-changing pill would completely lose its effect and Tan Zixin would see his true appearance and know his identity. In the Origin Palace, Tan Zixin sat in front of the window and stroked the white feather blanket. Her eyes were in a daze. Suddenly, she received Ning Fan's message-transmitting flying sword. As soon as she read the content of the message, her eyes were filled with joy. Should I really go and see Ning Fan's true appearance and find out his true identity? At night, a golden sword light carried Ning Fan, the little demoness, Li Long and the women of the Light Feather clan away from Tian Yuan City and headed west. The speed of this sword light was comparable to the speed of a peak 5th break realm cultivator. If Ning Fan uses the profound yellow crystal to increase its speed would be even higher. After traveling to the sea area 100 million li away from the continent, Ning Fan kept the ancient sword light. Old ancestor, where are we going? Hua Yu asked doubtfully. Back to the rain world. Ning Fan said with a faint smile. Huh? Back to the rain world? What does that mean? Why can't we understand? The women of the Light Feather clan were confused. Li Long was also deeply puzzled. What does he mean by returning to the rain world? Isn't Ning Fan's home in the demon world? Why does he want to return to the rain world? There's one thing I want to tell you. Actually, I'm not Bai Mu. My true identity is the new divine sovereign of the rain world. Of course, I have to return to the rain world. Are you coming with me or not? If you don't want to, you can leave on your own. As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, the medicinal effect of the appearance-changing pill disappeared. His appearance gradually changed. He became more handsome and younger. His words stunned all the female cultivators including Huayu. All of them fell silent. Initially, they thought that Ning Fan was the old ancestor of the Light Feather clan. Only then would they follow him wholeheartedly. Even when Bai Mu came, they had never doubted Ning Fan's identity. Now that they found out that Ning Fan was not the old ancestor of the White Feather clan, all of their faces were filled with regret and shock. What they regretted was that Ning Fan was not the old ancestor of their clan. What shocked them the most was that Ning Fan's true identity was actually the divine sovereign of the Rain World. The divine sovereign of the Rain World, the weakest of the 9 worlds, actually went to the demon world and shocked the entire world. The regret and shock only lasted for a moment. One after another, the female cultivators spoke up. We are willing to follow you to the Rain World. The Light Feather clan had already been annihilated. They were already homeless. So what if Ning Fan was not the old ancestor of the Light Feather clan? After following Ning Fan for a period of time, they had already gotten used to this kind of life. They were not willing to change it anymore. From today onwards, all of you will stay in the Cauldron World. After all, your identity is too sensitive. If it is exposed, others will easily guess that I'm Bai Mu of the Demon World. Ning Fan shook his cauldron ring and kept Huayu and the other women into the Cauldron World. Then, his body flashed and he entered the world to introduce them to the female guards. From now on, these women of the Light Feather clan had officially joined Ning Fan's army of female guards. When Ning Fan returned to the outside world, Li Long's expression was still filled with great astonishment. Master is actually the divine sovereign of the Rain World. The Ning Fan who killed the previous Rain Sovereign. Li Long had also heard of Ning Fan's name before but he did not care about it. In the past, he did not put the divine sovereign of the Rain World in his eyes. Only now did he know how earth-shattering the current divine sovereign of the Rain World was. No matter what Master's identity is, he is still the Lord of Li Long. Since Master has returned to the Rain World, Li Long naturally has to return as well. However, I have to change my appearance. Li Long shook his body and changed his sloppy appearance. He tied up his white hair and put on a set of hemp clothes, changing his appearance. Since he followed Ning Fan into the Rain World, he naturally could not let others easily find out his true identity. Otherwise, it would expose the fact that Ning Fan was Bai Mu. Now that Master has changed his appearance back, it's better for you to leave the demon world as soon as possible. If you are seen by others, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Li Long suggested. There's no hurry. I'm waiting for someone. The little demoness looked at Ning Fan meaningfully and the corners of her mouth curled into an evil smile. Husband, who are you waiting for? Is it a close female friend? Take a guess. Ning Fan looked at the little demoness helplessly. This woman is already about to leave the demon world but she is still acting as his Tao companion. Is she really so addicted? If I guess correctly, you have to give me 1 billion immortal jades. If I guess wrongly, I'll allow you to kiss me. What do you say? The little demoness looked like she was trying to swindle Ning Fan of immortal jades. Ning Fan sighed slightly. He knew that with her intelligence, she would naturally know that he was waiting for Tan Zixin. Forget it. I'll let this demoness guess correctly this time. I might as well just lose 1 billion immortal jades to make her happy. Alright, take a guess. If you guess correctly, I'll give you 1 billion immortal jades. I guess, let me think. This is very difficult. Husband has too many lovers. I'm not sure which one it is, the little demoness purposely pretended to think and suddenly said. I know. Husband is waiting for little Azalea of the concentrated fragrance garden. Who is little Azalea? You guessed wrongly. Ning Fan shook his head speechlessly. He didn't seem to know any little Azalea at all. Oh, I guessed wrongly. Then, I'm willing to accept the punishment and let you kiss me. The little demoness smiled evilly. She did it on purpose. Li Long turned around awkwardly. He didn't dare to disturb the intimate moment between his master and his mistress. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. This little demoness wanted to sell her moral integrity from the beginning to trick him into kissing her. How thirsty was she, Miss Xiao always teasing me like this. There seems to be a reason. It's related to my identity, right? Ning Fan recalled that the little demoness always mentioned his identity as the descendant of ancient chaos intentionally or unintentionally. Many years ago, when Ning Fan was still a harmonious spirit realm cultivator, the little demoness seemed to have mentioned that the descendant of divine void realm and the descendant of ancient chaos would have a battle above the four heavens, so she approached me because of my identity as the descendant of ancient chaos. Ning Fan thought. You guess. If you get it right, you have to kiss me once. If you get it wrong, you have to kiss me twice. Are you going to guess or not? The little demoness held Ning Fan's arm ambiguously and rubbed her little pigeon on his arm. Ning Fan smiled helplessly. This little demoness was really clingy. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly saw a sound-transmitting sword light coming from afar and arriving in front of him. Ning Fan crushed the sword light and a message was transmitted into his sea of consciousness. He was slightly startled and sighed. Tan Zixin didn't come. She didn't want to see Ning Fan's true appearance and identity. Thanks to you, my longing for you has turned into an illness. Since I left you, there's no medicine that can cure it. If one day, I can meet you again and I can recognize you in a sea of people, can you bring me along? Ning Fan remained silent for a while and said to the little demoness. Open the realm gate and return to the rain world. This time, the speed of the ancient golden sword had greatly increased. Naturally, the time needed to travel through the realm gate was reduced by a lot. Just 5 days later, Ning Fan returned to the rain world. He first went to the middle state and left Li Long in the rain palace to help Li Tsangtian with the miscellaneous affairs. With Li Long around, the middle state was bound to fall. After that, Ning Fan returned to Yu country. Before he reached there, the little demoness jumped off the ancient sword decisively and parted ways with Ning Fan with a smile. The period of my cultivation base's decline has ended. It will slowly return to the void fragmentation realm. I have to return to the godly void pavilion for seclusion. Husband, I won't send you off. Husband, don't forget that you have to follow me to the immortal burning valley to get the map half a year later. With a swoosh, the little demoness disappeared without a trace. It was unknown how she could run so fast when she was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Ning Fan shook his head. Without the little demoness by his side, his ears instantly felt much quieter. He kept the ancient sword. With a flash of light, he stepped on the air and returned to 7 Apricot City after a dozen steps. He did not enter the city immediately. Instead, he landed in a snowstorm outside the city. His expression changed slightly. Outside the city stood a desolate one-armed man. He carried a huge black iron sword on his back and looked at the snowstorm alone. His body was covered with snow. It was unknown how long he had been standing there. His eyes were filled with joy and confusion. The joy was because when he returned to the middle state, he heard from Yun Bushu that Ning Fan had found the person he had been looking for. He was confused because he didn't know who he was stubbornly searching for. You're back. He turned around and looked at Ning Fan who was approaching him step by step. When Ning Fan was still far away from 7 Apricot City, he had already sensed Ning Fan's arrival. Ning Fan looked at the desolate one-armed man and an inexplicable feeling rose in his heart. This person was his father, Yun Tianjue. However, he did not know how to talk to him and get along with him. He was obviously unfamiliar with him, but there was a kind of power that made Ning Fan have a good impression of Yun Tianjue. That power was familial love. I heard that you. Yun Tianjue wanted to ask the question in his heart, but he did not know how to ask it. He, who had always been decisive in killing, actually had times where he was hesitant to speak. Forget it. Accompany me to drink a cup of wine in this snowstorm. This is a spiritual wine that I found in an ancient cultivator's cave. It has been stored in the cellar for tens of thousands of years. It is a good wine. Yun Tianjue sat cross-legged on the snowy ground and pointed his finger. Immediately, a white jade wine pot and 2 wine cups appeared on the ground. Have a seat. Yun Tianjue said. He also had an inexplicable good impression of Ning Fan. He had never been close to any outsiders except for Ning Fan. Ning Fan nodded and sat opposite Yun Tianjue. Since they did not know what to say, they might as well drink with each other. This snowstorm was perfect for drinking wine. You killed rogue immortal experts. And there are quite a few of them. A total of 4 of them. Yun Tianjue's eyes suddenly flashed. He had an extremely accurate ability to distinguish baleful qi. This was the benefit brought by the inheritance of the Sword Devil. He was a little surprised that the young man who was just a divine transformation realm junior in the past had actually grown to such a level in just a few decades. The murderous Rain Sovereign, also known as the Evil Sovereign, had broken through to the Void Fragmentation realm and killed a rogue immortal. This young man's growth is really fast, yes. Ning Fan did not hide anything from his father. He drank the spiritual wine and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He liked this feeling. Even if Yun Tianjue could never remember him, it did not matter. He also had a father. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was a mortal and a teenager. It was as if all the killings along the way had become a dream. It was as if he had never changed after all these years. You're not bad. Yun Tianjue had lost his 7 emotions. Normally, he would not smile. However, at this moment, he forced a stiff smile and praised Ning Fan. Unknowingly, his face was covered with a layer of frost. Now that he had not transformed into the Sword Devil, he looked like an ordinary person. He looked at Ning Fan. Unknowingly, his heart which had always been cold showed signs of melting. He suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit this time and his eyes gradually turned serious. I'm looking for someone. Someone that I can't remember anymore. I've walked across many bridges in the water villages, seen the clouds in many cultivation cities and drunk the wine of many cultivation countries. However, I only loved one woman. However, I don't even remember who she is. I'm so sad that I have no tears to cry. I don't have the heart to feel the pain. However, I have a vague feeling that she is still waiting for me. That's why I've been looking for her. Ning Fan, do you really know where she is? If you do, please tell me. I want to find her. No matter who stops us, we must find her. Chapter 656. Yun Tianjue's eyes were filled with an unstoppable aura force. Even if he had already forgotten about that woman, he still wanted to find her in the vast crowd. No one could stop him. Ning Fan closed his eyes in disappointment. His heart felt a little sour. His father, Yun Tianjue, had his memories and emotions erased by the 7-colored elderly man. He had even forgotten about his wife and children. His mother, Ning Qian, had lost all of her demon blood and turned into a stone statue. No one knew when she would wake up again. Even if Ning Qian had turned into a stone statue, she would certainly be waiting to meet Yun Tianjue. Even though Yun Tianjue had lost his memories, he was still searching for that woman in the vast crowd. If Ning Fan did not cultivate the Tao, he would not have his current status and strength, and if he did not find his mother, perhaps the two of them would not be able to meet again in their entire lives. Fortunately, he chose to cultivate the Tao. I have found the person you are looking for. Follow me. Ning Fan raised his head and drank the last cup of spiritual wine. Then, he suddenly stood up and stroked the Yuan Yao jade between his fingers. With a flash of light, he and Yun Tianjue entered the Yuan Yao world. A small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure, huh? Yun Tianjue's eyes flickered. He had seen Ning Fan enter a space that was suspected to be a small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure before. Thus, he was not too surprised. What came into his sight was a medicinal garden. Among the spiritual herbs that were full of spiritual qi, there was a green stone. Beside the green stone was a green coffin. This is not the person I am looking for. Yun Tianjue only took a glance at the green coffin. He knew that it was not the person he was looking for without even seeing the appearance of the person in the coffin. This green coffin seems to be an item from the ancient heavenly court. The corpse qi in the coffin is very heavy. It seems like there is a corpse devil in it. Judging from the corpse qi, this corpse devil is a woman. Yun Tianjue continued to analyze. With just a few words, he had seen through the origin of the coffin. The person lying in the coffin is not the person you are looking for but someone who is extremely important to me. One day, I will resurrect her for real. Ning Fan's eyes looked a little lonely. Yun Tianjue frowned when he saw Ning Fan's lonely eyes. He had never liked to meddle in other people's business. However, Ning Fan's matters always seemed to make him concerned. Do you need help? Ning Fan was surprised. Then, he shook his head and said with a smile. No need. I can do it. I alone am enough. Yun Tianjue remained silent. The young man in front of him was stubborn and headstrong, and he only believed in his own strength. With this kind of personality, he must have long been used to facing the wind and waves alone, silently protecting the people behind him. For some reason, Yun Tianjue felt vexed and apologetic. It was as if the young man in front of him should not have experienced so many storms. It was as if he should have shielded the young man from the wind and rain and held up the sky. What does it have to do with me who you are? Yun Tianjue looked at Ning Fan in confusion. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I found the person you're looking for. Do you still remember who Ning Qian is? Ning Qian. Ning Qian. Yun Tianjue's gaze gradually turned blank. Ning Fan had asked him this question once in the past. Now that he was asking it again, he actually felt a little lost and did not know how to answer it. Or should he say that he didn't know her? After all, there wasn't a single memory of Ning Qian in his mind. But why did his heart ache so much when he heard this name? That kind of pain was like 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. It was as if there was someone who was always smiling at him but he could not see her face clearly. Ning Qian. I don't know her. Yun Tianjue clenched his fists tightly and closed his eyes. It's all right. I'll bring you to see her now. Follow me. Ning Fan's body swayed and turned into a ray of light, flying towards a certain direction. Yun Tianjue's eyes turned slightly solemn. He followed Ning Fan and flew at full speed. There was a pine forest in front of them. There was a pond in the forest. Ning Fan landed outside the pine forest and walked into the forest on foot. His footsteps were very light as if he was afraid of waking someone up. Yun Tianjue also landed on the ground and followed Ning Fan into the pine forest. His heart suddenly ached. He seemed to have sensed the sorrow and longing of a woman from this pine forest. Sorrow, despair, longing and waiting, Yun Tianjue's blood seemed to have gone out of control. His hands trembled slightly. He knew that the woman waiting in the forest was the person he was looking for. He did not need to see her face nor did he need to know everything about her. He only needed to feel her sorrow and he would feel as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. Ning Fan arrived at the quiet pond and stopped in his tracks. He looked at the blood-red demon cocoon in the pond without saying a word. Yun Tianjue approached the quiet pond step by step. His eyes were fixed on the demon cocoon and the stone statue of the winged demon inside it. His heart felt like it was broken. His eyes suddenly turned blood red and he let out a sorrowful roar. Who caused her to become like this? Who? I've clearly said it before. I've clearly said it to everyone. Even though she is a demon, I won't allow anyone to hurt her. Yun Tianjue's sea of consciousness was in extreme pain. A trace of the memory that was erased by the seven-colored old man suddenly emerged. He could still vaguely remember the furious roar he gave to the seven-colored old man when he was trapped in the seven-colored formation. I don't care who you are. You can hurt me but you can't hurt little Qian. I won't allow it. Yun Feiyang. If you touch even a finger of hers, I will definitely break all 10 of your fingers. If you hurt even the slightest bit of her, I will definitely slaughter your entire clan. Yun Tianjue's sea of consciousness felt like it was about to shatter. The traces of memory that had just emerged gradually dissipated. In the end, he could not remember anything. He stared at Ning Fan with bloodshot eyes, waiting for Ning Fan to give him an answer. The gigantic black iron sword on his back was making clanking noises. It was as if he was going to take revenge once he knew the name of his enemy. He did not remember who the lady inside the demon cocoon was at all. The 2 words little Qian, that he shouted just now were just because his memory was messed up. However, he knew that the winged demon inside the demon cocoon must be very, very important to him. Otherwise, he would not feel such heartache when he saw her in such a miserable state. His heart was bleeding. He wanted to kill her. Who caused her to end up like this? I don't know. Ning Fan vaguely knew that the person who caused his mother to end up like this was most likely that seven-colored old man. He did not want to tell Yun Tianjue about this. The seven-colored old man was an immortal emperor. If Yun Tianjue knows about his existence and remembers the past where he was harmed by him, he would certainly disregard everything and ascend to the 4 heavens to take revenge on him. Ning Fan did not want Yun Tianjue to take revenge for this. He did not want to shackle Yun Tianjue anymore. His father and mother had been separated for too long. It was time for them to reunite. He should not let hatred disrupt his peaceful life. One day, Ning Fan would take revenge on his own. You don't know either. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I don't even remember who she is. I don't even know who my enemy is. Yun Tianjue raised his head and laughed heartily. His eyes were bloodshot like that of a devil. Gradually, he regained his usual cold expression and calmness and said to Ning Fan in an indifferent tone. I heard from Yun Bushu that you broke into the forbidden area of the Rain Palace that day and killed the Rain Sovereign just to bring her back. Is that true? Yes. Ning Fan nodded. Well done. If I know that she is in the forbidden area, I will also break into the forbidden area at all costs. Whoever tries to stop me will die. Yun Tianjue's tone was calm as if he was talking about something that was only natural. He carefully looked at the blood cocoon and said. She had lost all of her demon blood. She should have died. However, because she turned into a fossil, her remnant soul did not disperse. Because you built a blood pool for her and formed a blood cocoon for her, she will wake up one day in this life. As he said that, Yun Tianjue suddenly looked at Ning Fan seriously and said. I want to take her away. I want to go to a place where no one knows and wait for her to wake up. Sure. Ning Fan took out a palm-sized golden house. With a wave of his hand, the entire pine forest was sucked into the golden house. That golden house was a high-grade heavenly dwelling treasure that he had snatched from a rogue demon. Ning Fan already had the heavenly dwelling pearl which contained an infinite amount of heavenly dwellings. It was enough for him to cultivate the whirlpool spatial technique. Thus, he no longer needed this item. He passed the golden house to Yun Tianjue who received it silently. She is also very important to you. Why are you willing to give her to me? Yun Tianjue asked doubtfully. Why? Would a child stop his parents from reuniting? Ning Fan smiled and shook his head. In the end, he did not tell Yun Tianjue about his identity. If Yun Tianjue knew his identity and knew that he was his own son, he would probably stay by his side to help him deal with countless strong enemies. There is no need for this. There really is no need for this. He would just let this identity sink into the ocean and let his parents live in seclusion for the rest of their lives. Ning Fan shouldered all the hatred and enemies by himself. The guilt in Yun Tianjue's heart grew stronger. He did not know where this guilt came from. To him, Ning Fan was special. He was the only person who could make his cold heart melt a little. Yun Tianjue faintly felt that Ning Fan must have some kind of relationship with him. However, he could not remember that he had a child. He did not know that his child had no parents to protect him since he was young. He had to deal with everything since he was young and was already used to facing all difficulties alone. He did not know that his child had experienced many twists and turns along the way. He was persecuted by others and ended up in a devil's sect where he was humiliated by a female cultivator. He did not know how many dangers his child had gone through, how much hatred he had to bear and how many strong enemies he had to face. If the seven-colored elderly man had never appeared, Ning Fan would be the son of the white-robed sword god. He would be born above countless people and have cultivation conditions that others would envy. Yun Tianjue would kill all those who provoked him with a single sword strike. If he was in pain, his mother would comfort him. His fate had been changed by the seven-colored elderly man. He had embarked on a path of devil cultivation that no one knew the end of. One day, that seven-colored elderly man would regret that he had schemed against Ning Fan's fate. Ning Fan took off the blue jade on his neck and handed it to Yun Tianjue. Yun Tianjue took the blue jade and his eyes suddenly trembled. When he saw the words engraved on the jade, his heart felt like it was bleeding once again. Only when the mountains are without edges and the heavens and earth are united will I dare to go against the ruler, that was the vow they had made in the past. This jade. This jade. He should have remembered this jade. However, the intense pain in his sea of consciousness made him unable to recall anything. It's very difficult to restore your memories. Ning Fan sighed in disappointment. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that Yun Tianjue's memories had been erased by samsara. Ordinary abilities could not restore memories that were erased by samsara. Only those who were also proficient in the power of samsara could help him recover his memories. Unless Ning Fan himself also reached the immortal emperor realm and grasped the basics of samsara, he would be able to help his father recover his memories. Currently, he had no other way. It's very difficult for me to recover my memories. I've been searching for the four heaven-suppressing swords and tried to comprehend the sword intent of the four swords. Then, I entered the Thunder Sovereign's tomb and fought with the remnant soul of the Thunder Sovereign. If I win, I'll ask him to use the White Lightning memory extinguishing technique to help me recover my memories. When I returned to the middle state this time, I had already obtained all the fragments of the four heaven-suppressing swords. From them, I comprehended the sword intent of the four swords and integrated them into my sword devil sword intent. Before coming to 7 Apricot City, I went to the Endless Sea and the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea. There, I actually met the Thunder Sovereign who had just been resurrected. I had a battle with him and was defeated. However, he still performed a technique on me to help me recover my memories. Unfortunately, even his White Lightning memory extinguishing technique couldn't help me recover my memories. Then, I came to 7 Apricot City and met you. As soon as Yun Tianjue finished speaking, he kept the golden house into his sleeve and untied his storage pouch, passing it to Ning Fan. I don't know who you are, but I feel that I have the responsibility to give you some help. In order to search for the fragments of the four heaven-suppressing swords, I've traveled through countless ancient ruins and found many things. Some of them will be very beneficial to you. As for the Xian Wei blood gourd, I'll also give it to you. Now that you're already the divine sovereign of the rain world, you should avoid many dangers if you can. If you're in trouble, come and find me. With your heaven-peering rain technique, you'll definitely be able to find me easily in the rain world. The two of them left the Yuanya world. In the wind and snow, Yun Tianjue looked at Ning Fan for a long time. Then, he turned around and disappeared into the wind and snow with the golden house. Ning Fan stared at Yun Tianjue's back for a long time, standing alone in the wind and snow. His mother had waited for 1,000 years just to meet her husband. Now that the two of them had met, it should be considered as fulfilling her long-cherished wish. That was enough. One day, his mother would wake up and his father would recover his memories. When that time comes, Ning Fan returned to Si Fan Palace and met his women one by one. At night, he returned to his room and took out the storage pouch that his father had given him. Then, he took a closer look at it. Even with Ning Fan's experience, his eyes could not help but widen in surprise. In Yun Tianjue's storage pouch, other than the fragments of the 4 heaven-suppressing swords, there were also countless famous ancient swords and flying swords of ancient cultivators. Moreover, there were even more than 10 immortal swords. If Ning Fan devours these broken swords, his sword consciousness would certainly become more stable and the power of his sword sense would also become stronger. He had never thought of comprehending the sword intent of the 4 heaven-suppressing swords. To him, the sword intent of Emperor Xia's sword was a level higher than the sword ancestors. Other than the broken swords, there were also hundreds of sword cultivation methods and sword techniques in the storage pouch, including the sword devil scripture that Yun Tianjue cultivated. Ning Fan did not plan to cultivate the sword devil scripture. However, the 3 sword styles recorded in the scripture caught his attention. The first style of the sword devil, myriad sword style, was a low-grade immortal void realm sword technique. The second style of the sword devil, devil sword style, was a mid-grade immortal void realm sword technique. By burning one's own blood, one could emit a powerful devil sword light. The third style of the sword devil, weapon disintegration style, was an immortal technique. By destroying one's physical body and severely injuring one's primordial spirit, one could kill a rogue immortal with a single slash. After reading the 3 styles, Ning Fan's eyes were slightly shocked. The 3 sword techniques recorded in the sword demon scripture left him in awe. Especially the last style, weapon disintegration style, Yun Tianjue seemed to have already mastered the 3 styles of the sword technique. If he pays the price of destroying his physical body and damaging his primordial spirit, he could even kill a rogue immortal with a single slash. If he uses the weapon disintegration style again when his physical body is already destroyed, he would disintegrate his primordial spirit and kill another rogue immortal at the cost of his own life. This was a sword technique that risked one's life. It should not be used unless it is a life and death situation. He suddenly felt lucky that he did not tell Yun Tianjue about the 7-colored elderly man. If Yun Tianjue knew where his enemy was, he would certainly disregard everything to take revenge. He would disintegrate his physical body, severely damage his primordial spirit and even disintegrate his primordial spirit in the end, even though Yun Tianjue's cultivation base was at the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, he had the strength to kill 2 rogue immortals in a row. That kind of strength must be exchanged with his life. The devil sword style is fine. However, I can learn this weapon disintegration style. It will be enough to save my life in a critical situation. As soon as he finished speaking, he kept the sword devil scripture and continued to search through his storage pouch. There were still 300 billion immortal jade, 50,000 Tao crystals and some pills. Ning Fan kept all of these items but he did not pay too much attention to them. What he paid the most attention to was a blood-red scroll. The scroll carried a faint floral fragrance. The baleful qi on it was so strong that even Ning Fan was a little surprised. He opened the scroll. There was a map drawn on it. In the boundless void space of the rain world, there were a total of 3 paths that led to a place called the Blood Slave Garden. Blood Slave Garden. I seem to have heard of it somewhere, Ning Fan closed his eyes and recalled for a while. Then, he gradually remembered. That's right. I once caught a red-haired human cauldron. That human cauldron came from a small kiliacosm that was filled with blood burial grass. The name of that broken world seems to be the Blood Slave Garden. Could it be that the 3 paths recorded on this map lead to the hometown of the red-haired human cauldron? I remember that there are a large number of flower devil cauldrons in the Blood Slave Garden. Moreover, the previous owner of the Blood Slave Garden seems to be an elder of the Slaughter Palace. Her name is Xue Linglong. Ning Fan looked at the map in his hand and remained silent for a while. Then, he kept the map. If he has the time, he could go to the Blood Slave Garden to have a look and use the human cauldrons there to improve his cultivation base. Now was not the right time to go there. I'll think about it when I have the chance. Ning Fan rested for a few days in 7 Apricot City and spent some time with his ladies. During these few days, he guided each of them in their cultivation. With his current cultivation base, it was naturally not difficult for him to guide them. As for some pills and cultivation methods that were useful for their cultivation, he left them all in 7 Apricot City. For the remaining time, he went into the profound Yin world to cultivate. Luo Yu's primordial spirit had already recovered to the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. When she saw Ning Fan entering the profound Yin world and taking out Bai Mu's corpse, her eyes could not help but widen in surprise. This is, the Green Yang physique. Did you enter the profound Yin world this time to devour the second Yang? Luo Yu knew that Ning Fan was sealed by the sect master of the 3 worlds. That purple sun power could not be devoured. Moreover, the seal was rather tricky to break. Therefore, Ning Fan could not devour the purple sun power for the time being to replenish the steel spirit of the steel of sun and moon. Now that Ning Fan had found the Green Yang physique, she was naturally very surprised. Both the 7 Yang physique and the 7 Yin physique were rare physiques. Ning Fan went to the tree world and found the red Yang physique and the purple Yang physique. After that, he went to the demon world and found the green Yang physique. Isn't my luck a little too good? Ning Fan smiled without saying a word. He patted his storage pouch and took out a jade box, passing it to Luo Yu. Take this pill. It should be enough for you to recover your 5th heavenly layer destruction realm cultivation base. Pill. What kind of pill is this? Luo Yu did not know that Ning Fan had obtained an 8th revolution pill from killing 4 rogue demons in the demon world, the demon divine pill. It could help her recover her primordial spirit. At that time, she was still absorbing the medicinal power of the heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures. Thus, she naturally did not know about Ning Fan's shocking battle achievements. She slowly opened the jade box. When she saw the pill inside, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. A low-grade 8 revolution pill. Where did you get it from? Your baleful chi seems to have increased again. You killed 4 rogue immortal experts. You're in danger. Luo Yu's subconscious question was not about how Ning Fan killed the 4 rogue immortal experts but whether he was in danger again. 4 rogue immortals. Could it be that he was besieged by 4 rogue immortals when I was in seclusion foolishly? She was supposed to help him at all times. However, when he was facing such a huge crisis, she actually did not know about it. It's already over. You should quickly absorb the pill and recover your primordial spirit. After you consume this demon divine pill, your cultivation base should be able to recover to the 5th heavenly layer destruction realm. I will try to find some heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures of a higher grade to help you recover your cultivation base to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer destruction realm as soon as possible. As for your physical body, I will also look for it seriously. Ning Fan smiled, telling her not to worry. Everything was already over. He flew towards the steel of sun and moon in a ray of traveling light and sat in meditation. Then, he pointed a finger at Bai Mu's corpse and slowly extracted the green yang power from it. Luo Yu looked at Ning Fan with a complicated expression. She sighed and returned to the thatched cottage. Looking at the pill in the jade box, Luo Yu was actually reluctant to consume it. As her primordial spirit was recovering bit by bit, the day of her departure was getting closer. After she is truly resurrected, she certainly would not stay by Ning Fan's side. She must avenge her dead clansmen. Her enemy was too strong. She must not give Ning Fan any more trouble. Ning Fan, she murmured Ning Fan's name and let out a faint sigh. We have to part ways eventually. She consumed the Fey Divine pill and slowly refined the pill's power. 1 day passed. 2 days. 3 days. After 7 days, Ning Fan finally extracted all the green yang power from Bai Mu's corpse. The green yang power was too stubborn. It was not an easy task to extract it. After extracting all the green yang power, Ning Fan inserted the green yang power into the second sun-shaped groove of the steel of sun and moon. As for Bai Mu's corpse, he casually flicked his finger and burned it into ashes. After the steel of sun and moon slowly absorbed the green yang power, the second sun-shaped groove gradually turned green. At the moment it absorbed all the green yang power, the power of the steel of sun and moon suddenly skyrocketed. Ning Fan stood up and stretched out his hand to touch the steel. Now that the steel of sun and moon had absorbed the second yang spirit, its destructive power was comparable to a strike from a fifth heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator. With this steel in hand, Ning Fan could even put up a fight against a fourth heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. After absorbing the second yang spirit, the entire profound Yin world changed again. A barren continent began to appear beneath Ning Fan's feet. The thatched hut that was originally floating in the sky also landed on the continent. In the sky, the sun and the moon began to alternate. There was day and night. This empty profound Yin world finally had some liveliness. If Ning Fan continues to collect other Yin spirits and Yang spirits, the profound Yin world would become a medium-sized world with birds chirping and flowers fragrant one day. There's still half a year before the trip to the immortal Burning Valley. I'll use this time to improve my cultivation base. 10 crystals of the ancient divine incense, 3. 27 million Tao crystals, 200 essence clear pills and the dragon soul and dragon pearl. Half a year's time is not enough for me to refine all the opportunities in one go. I have to make some trade-offs. Even if Ning Fan had the cultivation speed of the profound Yin world that was 100 times faster than normal, he would not be able to refine so many opportunities. He set his goal lower. For this half a year's worth of cultivation, his goal was to reach the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Refine. Ning Fan took out the Tao crystals that were piled up like a mountain and began to refine them one by one. The further he cultivated, the less magic power the Tao crystals would provide. As for the dragon pearl and the ancient divine incense, their medicinal effects would not decrease. Thus, he naturally refined the Tao crystals first. His goal was to break through to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm within half a year. Chapter 657. The upper limit of the first demolishing level was 50,000 periods of time. 200,000 periods of time. 300,000. 400,000. 500 million. From the fifth break realm onwards, the amount of magic power a void fragmentation realm cultivator would need to break through to the next realm would increase exponentially. The upper limit of the sixth demolishing stage was 3 million yuan hui. 7 to 5 million yuan hui, 8 to 8 million yuan hui, and finally 90 million yuan hui. When one's magic power reaches 10 million yuan hui, a cultivator can comprehend life and death and break through the bottleneck of the life immortal realm. Currently, Ning Fan's magic power was 78,000 yuan hui. He was a one-apertured ancient god, so the effect of devouring doctrine gems was twice that of ordinary people. Every time he refined 5 doctrine gems, he could increase his magic power by 1 yuan hui. The devouring lasted for more than 2 months. Ning Fan had devoured 100,000 Tao crystals and his magic power had increased by 20,000 periods. He was already close to breaking through to the second break realm. Refining the Tao crystal took far more time than he had imagined. When a void fragmentation realm cultivator refined the Tao crystal, the higher their magic power was, the faster they would be able to absorb the power of the Tao crystal. Since Ning Fan's cultivation base was only at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, his refining speed was naturally not fast. If not for the fact that he was in the profound Yin world, it would have taken him around 20 years to refine 100,000 Tao crystals. He could stay in the profound Yin world for a maximum of 3 months at a time. Now that the time limit was up, he had no choice but to temporarily leave the profound Yin world and stay in the outside world for a few days before re-entering the world. Another 3 months passed. This time, Ning Fan had refined a total of 170,000 Tao crystals. With the increase in magic power and the extension of time, the number of Tao crystals refined would naturally increase as well. When the magic power reached 100,000 yuan, the effect of the Tao crystal would be halved. It would require 10 Tao crystals to increase his magic power by 1 yuan. In the end, Ning Fan's magic power reached 116,000 yuan hui. At this point, his magic power was strong enough to break through the bottleneck of the second fragmentation realm. With a sway of his body, Ning Fan left the profound Yin world. He left Yu country and headed south. He was still going to the South Sea to undergo his tribulation and achieve a breakthrough. He still chose a desolate island to undergo his tribulation. However, this time, he did not set up layers of grand formations. The heavenly Tao no longer sent down more severe tribulations. Ning Fan was not afraid of the ordinary second shattering heavenly tribulation. He opened up a temporary abode on the deserted island and took out a space-breaking pill from his storage pouch. The void-breaking pill was one of his spoils of war. There were a total of 12 of them. All of them were low-grade 7th revolution pills which could increase a void fragmentation realm cultivator success rate by 5%. In order to break through to the second stage, one could only consume 1 pill. In order to break through to the third stage, one had to consume 2 pills to increase the chances of breaking through by 5%. To break through from the third to the fourth, one would need to consume 4 pills. The number of void-piercing pills required doubled with every increase in realm. Ning Fan only took 1 void-breaking dan, but it was enough. As he absorbed the medicinal power of the space-piercing pill, he tried to break through the bottleneck of the second fragmentation stage. Even with Ning Fan's luck, he only managed to break through the bottleneck after 3 attempts. At the moment Ning Fan broke through the bottleneck, his magic power increased by 10,000 yuan and he successfully advanced to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. At the same time that he had broken through to the next stage, his spiritual will had also been greatly enhanced, almost reaching the pinnacle of the second fragmented spiritual will. All of a sudden, Ning Fan rose to his feet. He stomped on the ground, and the entire island rumbled. It shattered into countless pieces and sank to the bottom of the sea. He stood on the surface of the South Sea and looked up into the sky. In the sky, a huge black and white ring appeared, and countless tribulation clouds began to gather. There were billions of golden lightning brewing in the tribulation clouds. Sovereign thunder tribulation. Golden light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. The flying dragon of sovereign chi immediately coiled around his body. At the next moment, billions of sovereign lightning bolts struck down from above. The entire sea turned into a golden color. Without saying a word, Ning Fan lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Immediately, a massive Tai Su lightning diagram appeared beneath his feet, defending against the sovereign lightning bolts that filled the sky. With the Tai Su lightning diagram's protection, not a single sovereign lightning bolt could hit Ning Fan. Ning Fan lifted his hand and pointed at the sky. The Wenzhong-long flying dragon of sovereign chi immediately soared into the sky and devoured the sovereign lightning bolts crazily. As Ning Fan performed hand seals, the flying dragon swallowed the sovereign lightning bolts into its stomach. 2 hours later, all the sovereign lightning bolts that filled the sky were devoured by the flying dragon. The flying dragon, which was initially 1 zhang long, had now grown to 2 zhang long. Ning Fan still only had 1 trace of sovereign qi. However, this trace of sovereign qi was already equivalent to 20 traces of sovereign qi of an ordinary person. The sovereign qi in his body was equivalent to the sum of 20 rain sovereigns. TSK. The sovereign lightning tribulation was easily broken by him again. The Yin wind tribulation is certainly not a problem for him. In a certain space that was extremely far away, a little lowly in snow-white robes pouted helplessly. She was still holding a grudge against Ning Fan for eating her 8 treasures cake. She really wanted to increase the intensity of the heavenly tribulation and make Ning Fan suffer. However, the imperial monarch no longer allowed her to do so, another tribulation for the stinky Ning Fan. How troublesome. Speaking of which, it hasn't been long since he broke through to the first level of fragmentation realm. How did he break through to the second level of fragmentation realm again? What a terrifying cultivation speed. Due to some reasons, the little lowly could only display the strength of the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm at most. Before Ning Fan broke through to the void fragmentation realm, she was already not his match. Now that Ning Fan was at the same cultivation realm as her, she was naturally not his match. Thus, she did not dare to show herself and find trouble with him. Yin wind tribulation, oh Yin wind tribulation. You mustn't let stinky Ning Fan break it so easily. The little Lolita puffed up her cheeks and prayed. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Facing the Yin wind tribulation with the power of the 2 shattering Yin wind tribulation, Ning Fan took out the wind steadying flag without hesitation and broke the 2 shattering Yin wind tribulation. This wind steadying flag could be used for at least 3 heavenly tribulations. The chilly wind that filled the entire sky gradually disappeared. Ning Fan had survived both the sovereign lightning tribulation and the Yin wind tribulation. The little lowly stood on the surface of the lake and stared at Ning Fan's reflection on the surface of the lake. Her cheeks puffed up in anger. I'm so angry. He succeeded in passing the tribulation again. I'm going to trample you to death. I'm going to trample you to death. Her tiny feet kept stepping on the surface of the lake, creating circles of ripples on the surface of the lake. All of a sudden, she used too much force and the snow-white shoes on her feet flew away from her feet. It flew out, it went out, it went out, it went. The little lowly realized that she had done another stupid thing. She sat on the surface of the lake, petrified. My embroidered shoes fell down again. This is the shoes that the imperial monarch personally embroidered for me. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Wah! She felt wronged and tears kept falling down her cheeks. Those were her favorite embroidered shoes. The imperial monarch said that these shoes were given to her as a dowry for her to wear when she gets married in the future. Unexpectedly, she accidentally fell down to the lower realm again. Ning Fan got lucky. For a moment, the little lowly began to curse Ning Fan in a low voice. Stinky Ning Fan, rotten Ning Fan, stinky Ning Fan, rotten Ning Fan. Ning Fan broke the sovereign lightning tribulation and the Yin wind tribulation one after another. He could be considered to have completely passed the second heavenly tribulation. The second heavenly tribulation was different from the first heavenly tribulation. There were only 2 tribulations. There was no third tribulation. Naturally, there was no reward from the heavenly Tao. After breaking through to the next realm, Ning Fan prepared to return to 7 Apricot City to stabilize his cultivation base. All of a sudden, a ray of light flashed in the sky. A concealed weapon fell from the sky. Ning Fan raised his hand and sucked the concealed weapon into his palm. His expression immediately turned strange. Air. Isn't this a woman's embroidered shoes? It was a snow-white embroidered shoe with extremely exquisite workmanship. There was a hint of flower fragrance coming from it. It was the fragrance of a 200,000 years old immortal iris. The owner of the shoes actually used 200,000 years old spiritual herbs to make a fragrance and smeared it on her body. Even the embroidered shoes had a trace of fragrance. What an extravagant little girl. She actually used such precious spiritual herbs to make her face powder. Speaking of which, why did that little girl give me the embroidered shoes? Could it be that it's another way to express her goodwill? Ning Fan's expression turned slightly awkward. After thinking for a while, he still kept the embroidered shoes into his storage pouch. Since it was the little girl's goodwill, if he didn't accept it, wouldn't he be letting down her good intentions? The little girl was dumbfounded. She was extremely angry. Who would give their dowry to you? You are nobody to me. Why would I give you the embroidered shoes? I'm so angry. I'm so angry. You ate my 8 treasures cake and stole my embroidered shoes. You're shameless. You're shameless. Woo 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 woo. The little girl kept crying as if she had suffered a great grievance. She cried for 3 days straight before she calmed down. All of these had nothing to do with Ning Fan anymore. He returned to U Country and 7 Apricot City. He went to the Godly Void Pavilion once to ask the little demoness when they would be going to the immortal Burning Valley. Half a year had passed. It seemed like they would be going to the immortal Burning Valley soon. Husband should first stabilize your cultivation base. There's no hurry to go to the immortal Burning Valley. Something happened to Hidaozi. We will depart after a month. The little demoness giggled. After getting her answer, Ning Fan returned to Si Fan Palace and entered the profound Yin world to stabilize his cultivation base. After his cultivation base was stabilized, he took out the sword Devil Scripture and the Heavenly Abode Pearl to study them carefully. Since there was still a month left, he could learn the army disintegration style and increase the power of the spatial vortex technique. The sword style of the army disintegration style was very complicated. However, there were many shadows of the myriad sword style in it. Thus, Ning Fan's comprehension was not slow. He absorbed the power of numerous broken swords and immortal swords to strengthen his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he practiced the army disintegration style. In just 10 days, he had grasped the basic sword style of the army disintegration style. The sword style was not difficult to grasp, but the price to use this sword technique was too great. If Ning Fan paid the price of disintegration of his physical body and severely injuring his primordial spirit, he could use the first sword style to kill a rogue immortal. If Ning Fan paid the price of his life, he could continue to use the second sword style to kill another rogue immortal. This was a life-risking technique. Ning Fan would not use it unless he was in a life-or-death situation. After devouring countless broken swords fragments, Ning Fan's sword intent improved by a lot. His sea of consciousness had also been strengthened. His spirit sense had also broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. This was an unexpected surprise. Ning Fan then took out 200 essence clear pills and consumed them one by one. After his spirit sense broke through to the 3rd level, the medicinal effect of the essence clear pills was reduced to a quarter of its original effect. After consuming the 200 essence clear pills, Ning Fan's spirit sense improved tremendously, almost reaching the level of unrivaled in the 3rd level of the void fragmentation realm. At the same time, Nieli, who was in the Cauldron world, also successfully broke through to the 6th level of the void fragmentation realm. This was also a pleasant surprise. Next, it was time for him to absorb the power of the heavenly abode inside the heavenly abode pearl. Ning Fan exited the profound Yin world and entered the infinite heavenly abode space of the heavenly abode pearl. This place had an infinite number of high-grade heavenly abode spaces. Ning Fan could casually destroy a heavenly abode and draw out the power of the high-grade heavenly abode. It would not affect this treasure at all. Every time he destroyed a high-grade heavenly abode, one of the silver continents inside Ning Fan's natal heavenly abode would turn golden. Gradually, all of the 72 silver continents had turned golden. The entire natal heavenly abode had turned into a pure golden space. Ning Fan reached out his palm. With a thought in his mind, circles of golden vortexes appeared on his palm. His whirlpool technique had finally reached the grand completion stage and reached the golden vortex realm. Golden vortex. The level of the sect master of the three realms whirlpool technique seems to be only at the golden vortex realm. The grand completion stage of the whirlpool technique is the void vortex realm. I wonder if I can continue absorbing the power of the heavenly abode in the heavenly abode to improve the level of my whirlpool technique. Ning Fan continued to draw out the power of the high-grade heavenly abode and devour it. Unfortunately, after his whirlpool technique broke through to the golden vortex realm, absorbing the power of the high-grade heavenly abode was no longer effective. However, this heavenly abode was not completely useless. Ning Fan sat cross-legged in a certain high-grade heavenly abode inside the heavenly abode, sensing the changes of the heavenly abode. The so-called limitless heavenly abode was a real heavenly abode that evolved into countless void heavenly abode. It seems like I can also use the whirlpool technique in this way. With a thought in his mind, Ning Fan moved and went into the real heavenly abode inside the heavenly abode. He extracted the power of the heavenly abode and devoured it. At the moment when the real heavenly abode collapsed, countless void heavenly abode collapsed at the same time. Ning Fan was forced to teleport out of the space of the heavenly abode. When he looked at the heavenly abode again, it had already been split into two halves. This treasure was already destroyed. Even though the heavenly abode was destroyed, Ning Fan showed a satisfied expression. Now, there was another way to use the whirlpool technique. After returning to the profound Yin world, Ning Fan finally took out the blood umbrella. His eyes were a little hesitant but soon, they became resolute. The current destructive power of Ning Fan's whirlpool technique was enough to kill 3 cultivators with a wave of his hand. If he wants to continue improving the destructive power of the whirlpool technique, he would probably have to devour the small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure. Refine. Ning Fan raised the blood umbrella in midair and it immediately turned into a ray of blood light. He opened his mouth and swallowed the blood light into his stomach. 3 days later, Ning Fan extracted the small Kiliacosm world power from the blood umbrella and fused it into his natal heavenly abode. At the moment when the small Kiliacosm world power was fused into his natal heavenly abode, one of the 72 golden continents in his natal heavenly abode suddenly turned half illusory and half real. Ning Fan reached out his hand and a golden whirlpool appeared in his palm. That golden whirlpool also began to change. As expected, in order to cultivate the whirlpool technique to the void vortex realm, I need to devour the small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures, Besides, it seems like I still need to devour 71 small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures before I can cultivate the whirlpool technique to the highest level. Where am I supposed to get 71 small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures? This technique is really difficult to cultivate. Ning Fan shook his head with a sigh. No wonder only the founder of the Three Worlds sect had cultivated the Void Vortex realm and no one else could attain the Void Vortex realm. In order to attain the Void Vortex realm, one would need to devour 72 small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures. To the cultivators of the lower worlds, this was basically an impossible task. Even Ning Fan only had 2 small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures left after devouring the Blood Umbrella, the Cauldron Ring and the Yuanyao Jade. These 2 small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures naturally could not be devoured. The profound Yin world that came with the Yin Yang locket could not be devoured either. In that case, he could only devour the other small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures in the future. Even though I have only devoured 1 small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure, the power of the whirlpool technique is slightly stronger than that of the sect master of the 3 worlds. With my current cultivation base of the whirlpool technique, I can directly keep a 5th break realm cultivator into my natal heavenly abode, seal and kill him. My natal heavenly abode has absorbed the power of the heavenly abode pearl. If a 5th break realm cultivator is sealed in it, he or she will definitely die. Unfortunately, my cultivation base is still low. I can only seal 1/5 break realm cultivator at most. While Ning Fan was pondering, the sound transmission jade token in his storage pouch suddenly rang. He took out the jade token and Su Qiuling's solemn voice came from it. Big brother, 5 void fragmentation realm experts of the mountain world have invaded the rain world and arrived at 7 Apricot City. Come quickly. They are threatening to find you to demand an explanation for the previous rain sovereign. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. He did not expect that after Yun Zhongshuan's death, there would still be old monsters from other worlds coming to seek an explanation for him. However, he did not know the cultivation base of these people and whether they were really here to demand an explanation. Since these 5 people came from the mountain world, it was impossible for them to be rogue immortal old monsters. The mountain world was one of the 3 middle worlds among the 9 worlds. The strongest expert there was only at the 7th break realm. Ning Fan was not afraid even if they were 7th break realm old monsters from the mountain world. At this moment, Ming Ke, Mei Chen and Ting Xianro were standing in the air. As for Su Qiuling, she took out 5 heavenly tribulation puppets and ordered them to guard the sky. Mu Luo's clone who was dressed in black robes stood at the front of the group, staring coldly at the people from the mountain world. There were a total of 5 old monsters from the mountain world. 3 of them were at the 5th break realm, 1 was at the 4th break realm and the last one was at the 3rd break realm. All of them were Yun Zhongshuan's good friends. Saying that they were good friends was just a nicer way to put it. These people just often had business dealings with Yun Zhongshuan. Yun Zhongshuan was dead. The new divine sovereigns of the rain world were actually Ning Fan and Li Tsangtian who were at the 1st break realm and 3rd break realm. Seeing that the rain world was easy to bully, they naturally came to seek some benefits. Where is the divine sovereign of the rain world, Ning Fan? Ask him to come out and talk to me. A 5th break realm old monster wore an extremely arrogant expression as he stared coldly at 7 Apricot City. There were many void fragmentation realm experts in 7 Apricot City. Unfortunately, there was only 1 5th break realm expert among them. He was obviously here to seek benefits from the rain world. If Ning Fan did not know what was good for him and did not give him enough benefits, he would teach Ning Fan a lesson and let him know how powerful he was. Chapter 658. When the 5 void fragmentation realm experts from the mountain realm arrived in Yu country, the entire 7 Apricot City was immersed in a somber atmosphere. As for Yu Lingkong, Su Yan and the other women, their cultivation bases were not at the void fragmentation realm. They were not strong enough to fight against the strong enemies of the mountain world. Under such circumstances, only void fragmentation realm experts were qualified to stand in the sky. Mu Luo was a 5th demolisher, Mei Chen was a 3rd demolisher, and Bright Sparrow, Ting Xianro, and the 5 tribulation beasts were all 1st demolishers. There were a total of 9 void fragmentation realm cultivators guarding 7 Apricot City. There were only 5 enemy cultivators. It seemed like 7 Apricot City had the advantage in numbers. However, among the 5 enemy cultivators from the mountain world, 3 of them were at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. One of them was at the 4th heavenly layer while the other was at the 3rd heavenly layer. In terms of cultivation base, they were a notch higher than 7th plum void fragmentation realm. The leader of the void fragmentation realm cultivators of the mountain world was a fat old man. He wore a yellow robe and his strength was above the 5 shattering realm. His name was Zhao Banji and he was a rogue cultivator. This person was the one who had clamored for Ning Fan to come out and meet him. As the saying goes, those who are good at defending hide under the 9 earths, those who are good at attacking move above the 9 heavens. Most of the cultivators of the mountain realm were good at defense and not good at offense. Zhao Banji was an expert in defensive techniques. It was said that he once broke through the attacks of 6 cultivators without suffering any damage. This Zhao Banji had even cultivated a strand of sovereign qi. Although he was not a mountain sovereign, he was still a famous figure in the mountain realm, and was even valued by a seven-shattering old monster. Zhao Banji Su narrowed his eyes and glanced at Mu Luo, Mei Chen, Ming Ke, Ting Xianro, and the 5 puppets of the heavenly tribulation. He was rather surprised. He knew that there were very few void fragmentation realm experts in the Rain world. During the period when Yun Zhongshuan ruled the Rain world, there were no void fragmentation realm experts in the Rain world. Moreover, there were even heavenly tribulation puppets in 7 Apricot City, Zhao Banji guessed inwardly. Could it be that this heavenly tribulation puppet was captured by the new Rain sovereign, Ning Fan? What an arrogant brat! Isn't he afraid of offending the lower realm's heavenly way by capturing the heavenly tribulation puppet? Even though he was surprised that 7 Apricot City had so many void fragmentation experts, he did not pay too much attention to them. Other than Mu Luo, who was a 5th demolisher, no one else in the area was worthy of his attention. After all, the Rain world was the weakest of the 9 worlds. It was not worth mentioning. There were 2 different versions of the cause of Yun Zhongshuan's death. One of them stated that Yun Zhongshuan had died of an accident. The other version said that the evil Cloud Rain sovereign, Ning Fan, had killed Yun Zhongshuan and seized the throne. Zhao Banji did not believe that Ning Fan, who was just at the first level of destruction realm, could kill Yun Zhongshuan. He was more willing to believe that Yun Zhongshuan had died in an accident. In his mind, Zhao Banji did not put Ning Fan, who had just lost a portion of his cultivation base, in his eyes. Where's the sinful Cloud Rain sovereign? Quickly ask him to come out and speak with this old man. Zhao Banji said impatiently in a cold voice. There was a pressure in his voice that was as heavy as a mountain. The cultivators of 7 Apricot City below the void fragmentation realm were simply unable to withstand it. Each and every one of them had their chi in chaos. The 4 old monsters behind Zhao Banji also had impatient looks on their faces. Among these 4 people, 2 of them were 5 shatter cultivators. One of them wore a black robe and held a magic treasure. He was the patriarch of the Taiyuan Valley in the mountain realm. The other wore a red robe and rode on a great virtual realm water-repelling beast. He held a chipped jade bull magic treasure. He was the patriarch of the great mountain sect in the mountain realm. Among the remaining 2 old monsters, the one with the 3rd and the one with the 4th was the sect master of the mountain realm's Red Sand sect, while the one with the 4th was the sect master of the mountain realm's Sumra sect. As cultivators of the Zhongshan realm, they were born with a sense of pride when facing the weakest cultivators of the Rain realm. Now that the mountain world was at war with the earth immortal world, if not for the fact that they wanted to reap some benefits from the Rain world, the 5 of them would not have bothered to go to the weakest of the 9 worlds, the Rain world. Humph! Fellow Taoist, you sure talk big. As a cultivator of the mountain world, it's one thing for you to openly invade the Rain world, but you're also asking the Rain sovereign to come and see you. Could it be that you think that the Rain world is weak and easy to bully? Mu Luo's eyes turned cold. If it wasn't for the fact that his body couldn't leave the Dark Sparrow's grave, with his cultivation base, he wouldn't be afraid of a few kids from the mountain realm. At this moment, he could only leave the Dark Sparrow's grave with his 5th Shatterer cultivation base clone. If he were to fight the 3 5th Shatterer old monsters alone, his chances of winning were slim. I don't know if the Rain world is weak and easy to bully. However, the previous Rain sovereign, Yun Zhongshuan, was a good friend of mine. I heard rumors that fellow Taoist Yun died at the hands of the sinful Cloud Rain sovereign. We've come to the Rain world to demand an explanation for fellow Taoist Yun. I've tried my best, but the sinful Cloud Rain sovereign refuses to come and see me. Since that's the case, I won't show any mercy. Taiyuan forefather, why don't you spar with this fellow Taoist? Zhao Banji smiled disdainfully at Mu Luo, then turned to Taiyuan. All right. Since the sinful Cloud Rain sovereign refuses to show himself, there's no need for us to wait any longer. Fellow Taoist, please enlighten us. Taiyuan forefather strode across the sky toward Mu Luo. Zhao Banji and the others retreated 30,000 feet away from the battlefield to allow Taiyuan and Mu Luo to fight. The coldness in Mu Luo's eyes intensified. He said to Mei Chen and Bright Sparrow behind him, "I'll handle the 5-shatterer battle. There's no need for you to take the risk. Retreat 30,000 feet away." Mei Chen, Bright Sparrow, and Ting Xianro looked at each other. Despite their resentment toward the Mountain Realm cultivators, they had no choice but to retreat 30,000 feet with the 5-shatterer cultivators. Given their cultivation, they wouldn't be able to harm a 5-shatterer cultivator unless they fought to the death. "How should I address you, fellow Daoist?" Taiyuan smiled sinisterly. "Mu Luo." Mu Luo snapped back. "So it's Daoist Mu Luo." "Ha." Mu Luo, falling cloud. 2 beams of yellow light flashed in Taiyuan's eyes. The moment they appeared, the terrain within a radius of several million kilometers shifted. Mu Luo's figure swayed as the terrain shifted, almost falling off the cloud. This was the falling cloud art, a secret art unique to Taiyuan Valley in the Mountain Realm. It could only be used with the help of the terrain. Mu Luo's eyes flashed. He abruptly stomped on the sky, shattering the momentum and stabilizing his figure. "Oh. Daoist Mu Luo managed to block my secret art and didn't fall off the cloud." Taiyuan was a little taken aback. "Humph, it's just a petty trick. What else do you have? Bring it on." Mu Luo said coldly. "Petty trick. Humph. Then I'll show you what I'm capable of. Seal of mountains and rivers, smash." Taiyuan raised the seal in his hand. It soared into the sky with the sound of mountains collapsing and rivers collapsing. However, a yellow light flashed from the treasure seal, and in an instant, it transformed into millions of huge mountains that smashed down on Mu Luo. Without Mu Luo's help, the mountains would have flattened the land within a radius of several million kilometers. Mu Luo's eyes narrowed. Without a word, he made a hand seal. Up in the sky, the void suddenly shattered into pieces. Countless demonic black vines sprouted from the dark sky. The vines twisted together to form a giant black palm 30,000 meters long. The giant fists punched at the millions of mountains in the sky, shattering them into rubble and scattering them across the sky. The seal of mountains and rivers retreated after the mountains were destroyed. Several cracks appeared on its surface as it flew back into Taiyuan's hand. Taiyuan's eyes widened in shock. Mu Luo wasn't an ordinary shatter cultivator. He couldn't defeat him alone. "Daoist Taiyuan, come back. You're no match for him." Giant Yu shouted. Taiyuan didn't need Giant Yu's reminder to retreat on a streak of light. "You want to leave?" Mu Luo snorted and changed his hand seal. Countless vines punched at Taiyuan from afar. Startled, Taiyuan immediately summoned the divine mountain armor to protect himself. Many cultivators of the mountain realm cultivated this art. It allowed them to devour earthen veins and refine their natal divine mountain armor, granting them unparalleled defense. Taiyuan's divine mountain armor wouldn't be broken even by a slightly stronger shatter cultivator. However, the divine mountain armor trembled when Mu Luo's vines punched it. Countless cracks appeared on its surface, and it wasn't far from shattering. He himself also felt a sharp pain in his chest, and was slightly affected by the fist radiance. He retreated tens of thousands of feet in the sky before he managed to stabilize himself. He looked at Mu Luo with a venomous gaze. "Daoist Giant Yu, lend me a hand." "All right." Without a word, forefather Ju Yu rode off on his water-repellent beast. He exchanged a look with Taiyuan, then transformed into 2 streaks of light and attacked Mu Luo from 2 different directions. 2 against 1. How despicable. A few young cultivators in 7 Apricot City complained. A few old monsters sighed. On the path of cultivation, the victor was king and the loser was the bandit. There was no such thing as despicable. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Mu Luo was much stronger than Taiyuan. However, his chances of winning against both Taiyuan and Giant Yu at the same time weren't high. Humph, come at me together. I have nothing to fear. Void art, omniscient nature. Mu Luo changed his hand seal, and a 50,000-meter tall tree spirit manifested behind him. Wielding an enormous black wooden sword, the tree spirit swung at Taiyuan and Giant Yu. Both of their expressions changed, and they stopped their escape lights. Using their own methods, they were barely able to block the sword light. Before they could rest for a moment, the tree spirit swung its sword again, exhausting the two. Mu Luo couldn't defeat Taiyuan and Giant Yu with the tree spirit, but he was undefeatable. Where did this Mu Luo come from? He's fighting two at the same level and yet he's still undefeated. Zhao Banji inhaled. He'd never heard of such a powerful figure in the Rain World. 10,000 years ago, Thunder Monarch Buzhou was infamous throughout the Rain World. He'd almost overturned the Rain World status as the weakest in the 9 realms. Unfortunately, Thunder Monarch Buzhou perished under mysterious circumstances, leaving the Rain World without a hero. Within 1,000 years, a white-robed sword god appeared in the Rain World. He'd obtained the sword demon's inheritance and was nearly invincible at the same level. Unfortunately, it was said that he'd offended Yun Zhongshuan and had his cultivation sealed for many years. Otherwise, he might have broken through to the 5th fragmentation realm long ago. If that was the case, Zhao Banji and the others wouldn't dare to show off in the Rain World. Apart from these two, there hadn't been any powerful figures in the Rain World for tens of thousands of years. Where did this Mu Luo come from? He couldn't possibly be a nobody since he was able to fight two people at the same time. Looks like you'll need my help from the side. Zhao Banji's eyes flashed with a trace of sinister light. He secretly took out a golden pearl from his sleeve, raised his hand and threw it towards Mu Luo. This pearl was called the Great Earth Pearl. If it was used for a sneak attack, it was enough to tear open the flesh of an ordinary 5th fragmentation old monster. Even though Zhao Banji's attack was very secretive, many people still saw him sneak attack. Many people immediately shouted, "Senior Mu Luo, be careful." Yu Lingkong's pretty face turned red like a blossoming peach. Shameless. The people of the mountain world were too shameless. Not only did they fight 2 against 1, they even had a third-person sneak attack from the side. Even in the cultivation world, it was rare to see such a shameless thing. Ji He, Mu Xiaohuan, Mu Xiaoyang and Feng Shuiyan who were just eating and drinking were even more furious. They didn't like the cultivation world and they hated Zhao Banji's despicable behavior even more. These people are really despicable. They snuck into the Rain World to find trouble with Brother Fan. When they couldn't find Brother Fan, they attacked him. What a bunch of shameless old men. Sneak attack, huh? Mu Luo's eyes turned a little gloomy. At this moment, he was using all his strength to control the giant shadow of the tree demon to attack Tai Yuan and Zhu Yu. It would be difficult for him to have the remaining strength to block the sneak attack of the Great Earth Pearl. Just as he was thinking about how to break this pearl, a slightly illusory golden vortex suddenly appeared in front of the Great Earth Pearl. That Great Earth Pearl directly entered the vortex and vanished into thin air without making any sound. Who is it? How dare you take away my magic treasure? Zhao Banji was furious. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Only then did he realize that a white-robed young man had appeared outside 7 Apricot City. That young man was very young. His bone age was only slightly more than 1,000 years. However, his chi was at the void fragmentation realm. The young man had refined the flowing light ring, a piece of spiritual equipment. His chi was ethereal and unfathomable. For a moment, Zhao Banji could not tell which heavenly layer the young man's cultivation base was. However, he recognized the young man's appearance. He knew that the young man's cultivation base was only at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The evil cloud rain sovereign, Ning Fan. Zhao Banji was so angry that he laughed. He didn't expect that his great earth pearl would be taken away by Ning Fan, who was just at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. If the old monsters of the mountain world find out about this, he, Zhao Banji, would certainly become a laughing stock. Brother Fan. Quick. Go and teach these shameless old men a lesson. He waved her fists and said to Ning Fan angrily. Little cucumber, quickly go and chop them up. Yu Lingkong's beautiful eyes were as cold as ice. Big brother, you're here. Su Qiuling instantly felt relieved. As far as she was concerned, there was nothing that Ning Fan could not accomplish with his help. Su Yan, Gu Shenyang, Fen Qi and the other devil concubines, as well as Bai Su, Yalan and Su Yao, all of their nervousness disappeared the moment they saw Ning Fan. It was all because he was here in 7 Apricot City. Don't worry. I'm here. Ning Fan's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, he appeared in the sky. It was just a casual sentence, but it had a special magical power. It made all the cultivators in 7 Apricot City believe that nothing bad would happen to the city as long as Ning Fan was here. Ning Fan walked towards Zhao Banji and the others step by step. He went past Ming Ke, the other women and Mu Luo. As soon as he appeared, the two old ancestors, Tai Yuan and Zhu Yu, immediately stopped attacking and retreated. Their eyes narrowed slightly. Mu Luo also dispelled the shadow of the tree demon and said to Ning Fan. The enemy is a little troublesome. It's all right. Ning Fan stopped moving and his eyes flashed with cold light. The people of the world only knew that the rain world was the weakest. However, they did not know that it was Ning Fan who killed the vine sovereign and shocked the demon world. If Ning Fan was in the past, he might be afraid of these 5 old monsters of the mountain world. However, he had already taken dozens of void fragmentation realm lives along the way. Even in the demon world, he had never been afraid of them. Why would he be afraid of the mountain world? Ning Fan's body gave off the aura force of a sovereign that made one's heart palpitate. A trace of his sovereign chi was equivalent to 20 traces of other people's. The aura force of his sovereign chi was 20 times stronger than Zhao Banji's. When Zhao Banji was only 10,000 zhang. Away from him, the sovereign chi in his body was actually trembling. His expression changed and he looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. How many traces of sovereign chi does this young man have? He actually made my sovereign chi fear him. However, this young man is really arrogant. Looking at his expression, it seems like he doesn't put us in his eyes at all. Zhao Banji sneered and said with a clear voice. I am Zhao Banji. The reason why I came to the rain world today is to demand an explanation from fellow Taoist Ning. The outside world has been saying that fellow Taoist Ning killed the previous rain sovereign. Is this true? Zhao Banji firmly believed that Ning Fan was just putting on an act. In fact, he was extremely afraid of the experts of the mountain world. He firmly believed that Ning Fan did not have the strength to kill Yun Zhongshuan and he had never killed him before. He firmly believed that Ning Fan could only lower his head and admit his mistake in the face of his questioning. If Ning Fan was sensible and gave him half of the wealth of the Rain Palace, he would stop while he was ahead and not teach Ning Fan a lesson. If Ning Fan did not know what was good for him, even if Zhao Banji did not dare to publicly kill the Rain Sovereign and provoke the investigation of the deacons of the upper world, he would still severely injure Ning Fan and kill him to his heart's content in 7 Apricot City to teach Ning Fan a painful lesson. The Rain world was the weakest in the 9 worlds. The weak were born to be bullied by the strong. Ning Fan did not answer Zhao Banji's question. Instead, he glanced at the crowd below him and pointed at one of them. You, come up here. Yes. The cultivator who was pointed at by Ning Fan immediately flew into the sky and bowed respectfully to Ning Fan. He was a revered elder of the Rain Palace. His cultivation base was at the mid-divine transformation realm. Ever since Ning Fan became the divine sovereign of the Rain World, Li Tsangtian had sent many revered elders of the Rain Palace to listen to Ning Fan's orders. Now that Ning Fan was the Rain sovereign, this revered elder naturally did not dare to show any disrespect to him. Let me ask you. According to the agreement between the 9 worlds, can cultivators from another world enter my Rain World without the permission of the divine sovereign of this world? Ning Fan asked indifferently. According to the rules, they can't. However, if the cultivators who enter the Rain World do not have any malicious intent, no one will usually pursue the matter. That revered elder answered respectfully. If the cultivators from another world intrude my Rain World and die here, how should we deal with this matter? Ning Fan asked again. Death cannot atone for their crimes. No one will pursue the matter. However, under normal circumstances, only void fragmentation realm old monsters can intrude into other worlds. No one will kill a void fragmentation realm old monster. That revered elder answered again. All right. You can go down now. Ning Fan gave an indifferent order and that revered elder immediately descended to the ground. Ning Fan raised his head and his eyes suddenly swept across the 5 old monsters of the mountain world. All of you have heard it. If you die in the Rain World, the mountain world will not pursue the matter. If the cultivators who intrude my Rain World do not have any malicious intent, it is not necessary for me to kill them. However, all of you wanted to harm the cultivators of my Rain World without saying anything. It seems like your malicious intent is not light. Since that is the case, you can just die in the Rain World. I want to let all the worlds see if my Rain World is really the weakest in the 9 worlds and can be bullied easily. Senior Mu Luo, you deal with that Zhao Banji. Leave the rest to me. Mu Luo was stunned. Even he did not expect that Ning Fan would actually have killing intent towards the 5 cultivators of the mountain world. Zhao Banji and the others were stunned. Then, all of them raised their heads and laughed heartily. You're just a little kid with a bone age of 1,000 years. You sure have a big mouth. Originally, I just wanted to gain some benefits from entering the Rain World. Since you don't know what's good for you, I won't say anything more. Fellow Daoist Hong Sha, I will leave this little kid to you. Fellow Daoist Taiyuan, fellow Daoist Juyu, the 2 of you hold Mu Luo back. Fellow Daoist Shimi, follow this old man and slaughter this city. As soon as Zhao Banji finished speaking, the sect master of the Red Sand sect who had lost 3% of his cultivation base immediately burst into laughter. He held a blood-red banner in his hand and rushed towards Ning Fan. Sinful Cloud Rain Sovereign, grant me your guidance. The sect master of the Red Sand sect sneered. He did not put Ning Fan in his eyes at all. He waved the blood-red banner and countless blood-red ghosts immediately surrounded Ning Fan. The eyes of these ghostly figures were lifeless. If a cultivator were to come into contact with these ghostly figures, they would lose a great deal of their essence blood. If one touched it too much, they would die under the attacks of the ghostly shadows. This treasure could instantly kill a shatter cultivator. Even an ordinary shatter cultivator wouldn't be able to block the attack of the ghost shadow. Destroy. Ning Fan's second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm aura force suddenly soared into the sky. Sword light flashed from his sword and a black sword sense spread across the entire sky. Each of the ghostly shadows that were struck by the sword sense died instantly. Second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Didn't the report say that he was a demolisher? The 5 mountain realm eccentrics were visibly taken aback. So what if it was broken in 2? It was only slightly stronger than Shatter 1, but it wasn't worth mentioning to the 5 of them. Red Sand Formation, open. The sect master of the Red Sand sect waved the blood-red banner again. All of a sudden, an enormous blood-red formation diagram appeared in the sky. This formation diagram was called the Red Sand Formation. It was powerful enough to instantly kill a shatter cultivator. Ning Fan did not say much. He took a step forward and transformed into his black robes. His eyes were as cold as ice, indifferent and emotionless. At the moment he transformed into his incarnation, his cultivation base instantly skyrocketed to the third heavenly layer, unrivaled realm. He raised his hand and extracted all the earth souls and void souls and swallowed them into his stomach. Ning Fan's aura force rose steadily. In an instant, his cultivation base reached the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. The red sand formation diagram shattered into countless blood-red light spots. He lifted his finger and pointed at the ground. All of a sudden, a gigantic golden vortex appeared beneath the sect master's feet. Outside of that golden vortex, there was another golden vortex that was even larger. The two vortexes rotated violently in opposite directions, forming two completely opposite ripping forces. Spatial strangulation, the expression of the sect master of the Red Sand sect changed drastically. His lower body began to rotate clockwise with his waist as the center while his upper body began to rotate counterclockwise. It was his first time witnessing such a strange phenomenon. It was as if there was a huge invisible hand twisting him like a towel. Before he could react, his body had already been twisted into two by the spatial vortex force. His physical body had been destroyed. His primordial spirit escaped from the dismembered body in a panic and desperately tried to escape towards Zhao Banji and the others. He was afraid. Terrified. How could he have imagined that Ning Fan was not a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm weakling like the information he received? Instead, he was a shatter second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator who could instantly raise his cultivation base to the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He was one cultivation level lower than Ning Fan. He was no match for Ning Fan at all. Fellow Taoist Red Sand, be careful. Zhao Banji and the others shouted with a change of expression. However, right in front of Red Sand's primordial spirit, another gigantic golden vortex suddenly appeared. Red Sand was running too fast. He could not avoid it in time and directly fell into the vortex. Then, he heard a miserable scream coming from within the vortex. Red Sand was dead. Senior Mu Luo, go and deal with Zhao Banji. I only have 3 opponents left. Ning Fan casually kept Red Sand's storage pouch. His eyes flashed with blood-red light and his baleful chi dyed the vast sky red. After sensing Ning Fan's terrifying baleful chi and ferocious might, Zhao Banji and the others turned pale with fright. He killed a rogue immortal before. He killed a rogue immortal before. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.